Dann würde ich sagen, wir legen mal wieder los. Einen schönen guten Morgen alle zusammen und herzlich willkommen zurück am Flughafen Zürich. Ich bin der Joel, der Inhaber dieses Kanals, leidenschaftlicher Aviatiker, und ich nehme euch Woche für Woche mit zu meinen Planespotting Adventures hier am Flughafen Zürich. Und wie ihr seht, also ich habe richtig Bock heute. Guckt euch mal dieses Panorama an hier. Hat zwar ein bisschen tief hängende Wolken, aber das soll uns nicht stören. Das wird eine richtig coole Session heute. Ich wünsche euch ganz viel Spaß, so wie immer. Und wenn ihr jetzt schon Spaß habt, dann klickt doch schnell auf den Daumen hoch gleich zu Beginn, damit wir einen starken Start haben hier in diesen Livestream heute. Well, then also to the English audience, good, or English speaking audience should I say, good morning everyone and welcome to Zurich Airport. My name is Joel, the owner of this channel. I'm a passionate aviation geek and I take you along week after week here to my plane spotting adventures, and today is another day of that. I hope you will enjoy it and I am super eager. Look at this mountain view today, absolutely beautiful. Well, I wish you lots of fun, and if you have already quite some fun, then make sure to hit the like button right at the beginning to have a very strong start. Well, let's see, who do we have here in the live chat? We have our moderator, Lone Ranger Nomad. Thank you very much already for your moderating effort here in the live chat, highly appreciated. Then Nick is here, good morning. Aerokanal, guten Morgen, schön, dass ihr wieder mit dabei seid. Sandro ist auch wieder mit dabei, guten Morgen. Cake X1717, good morning. Dann Hans ist auch mit dabei, schön, dass du wieder mit dabei bist. Dann 1102TH ist der Username, der mir hier angezeigt wird. Schönen guten Morgen auch an dich. Dann Fatbike Amberg ist auch wieder mit am Start. Schönen guten Morgen. Und Mischa ist auch mit dabei. Schön, dass ihr alle mit dabei seid. Ja, Anflug gerade ruhig. Wir haben gerade die Air Canada verpasst. Die kam ein bisschen früher als geplant. Air Canada just missed that one. Came in a bit earlier, but we have enough other stuff to see today. Let's quickly go through on the arrivals board. Yeah, at 12:07, delayed a bit, an Edelweiss A340 from Punta Cana. Great to see the A340 in this stream. Mainly due to the fact you may have heard it, because an Edelweiss A350 is grounded at Bogota due to a damage. 13 Uhr bin ich noch online, keine Sorge. Dann Eddie, guten Morgen und Grüße an die Costa Blanca. Ton ist gut, vielen Dank. Ich probiere heute wieder so ein bisschen aus, eine andere Balance zwischen den Mikrofonen. Ich lasse mich davon heute auch selber ein bisschen überzeugen. Muharrem, schönen guten Morgen. So, then Air Canada has already landed 1 hour early. Then Delta with a 767-400ER at 10:15-ish. 10 a.m. Swiss 777 from Sao Paulo and multiple A330s. Then Edelweiss A350 from Tampa at 10:30. And we also have the Swiss A350, I think, from Boston. Where is it? Yeah, 10:48. Okay, that's good. Then we also have my Friday at around noon with a 767. Ich bin ein bisschen leise. Okay, dann mache ich doch schnell lauter. Wie gesagt, ich bin ein bisschen am Rumexperimentieren hier mit den Mikrofoneinstellungen. So, ich hoffe, es ist jetzt besser. Ich hoffe auch nicht zu laut. All right, and then of course the Emirates A380 expected at 12:40. Etihad with an A321neo at 12:45, and then in the afternoon I saw something, which is a bit delayed unfortunately. Euro Avia with a 767 freighter. That's something I have not seen yet before. Has already been here this week, I think, but yeah. And then for the departure as well, pretty much everything that we have heard before will depart again on runway 16, which you see on the screen there. And we are also awaiting the first heavy outbound rush featuring an A340, I think. Yes, the Swiss A340 to Mumbai. I think that's a nice first highlight. A340 is always welcome. And Singapore Airlines with the 777 in Star Alliance livery. All right, then I would say we just wait and see whatever we get to see. Approach sector unfortunately is pretty empty at the moment, but this will change, I can tell. I'll quickly check on the radar whether we have something. Yeah, there is actually. Next inbound, or the first landing of the day, an Finnair A319 from Helsinki, followed by a Swiss A320 from Athens. And then we have Air Serbia with a all-white livery, Embraer 195. Yeah, some narrow-body action. The 777 from Sao Paulo is 20 minutes out, so heavy aircraft action coming up soon. And until then, let's see what's there on the tarmac there. It's a Thai 777 and the Swiss A330 or A340. Etihad in the background, and then this all-white 777 there should be the 777 of Singapore Airlines, and then tons of narrow bodies there at Dock A. Now there's a Condor, A321 I think, from Frankfurt today in the morning. And yeah, the hangar is closed. Okay. And then of course this gorgeous mountain view over there. Yeah, I've just read about that today. The A320 family needs a software update. Of course, hopefully without too bad consequences for the airlines, because the A320 family is quite popular, of course, with the airlines. And if you need to update all those softwares, this could have impact on the daily operations. But let's see, hopefully it's not going to be too bad. So the voice mic is not too loud, right? Here I must not talk too loud anyways, because we are not on the observation deck. It's quite calm anyways, so quite a relaxed session today. And I hope for a bit of a better sound balance between the surround mic and the voice mic, such that the voice mic doesn't oversteer too much. That's why I made it a bit more silent at the beginning, but of course when you don't hear me clear enough, then so ist es okay. Gut, schauen wir mal. Interessant wird es dann vor allem, wenn hier die Flieger reinkommen, wie es dann aussieht. So, jetzt probiere ich hier mal ein bisschen rum mit meiner Fernbedienung. And we move over to the first arrival of the day, as mentioned, the Finnair Airbus A319. Okay. Yeah, Finnair usually with an A321 typically. Today with the smaller version A319. A319s generally getting a bit more rare. I get the feeling sometimes. I mean, Swiss has phased out theirs years ago, after the arrival of the Airbus A320s. So, and now I hope my autofocus is not playing games too much. Here we go. Whoa. What was that? That was a weird forth and back movement there. I don't know where it is coming from. The stabilizer is switched off, so this shouldn't happen actually. And can I have please the aircraft in the center of the screen? Thank you very much. And that was the first landing of the day in this live stream. That looks quite nice there as well, with the sun rays shining through. So, Anki, guten Morgen, schön, dass du wieder mit dabei bist. So, and the next one is the Swiss A320 from Athens, right? Well, let's take a look. Oh. The autofocus challenges continue week after week. Yeah, but today it's not too bad, at least. Is it even a Neo? Yeah, it is a Neo, right? Yeah. A320 Neo. Nice landing. Yes, indeed. 9:45 a.m. in Switzerland. I am done. 617. Guten Morgen. Schön, dass du wieder mit dabei bist. In einem weiteren Livestream. And I can't get enough of this view. Look at this. I wish the clouds would be a bit more like higher up, but because they cover up the higher mountains there. But well, we shall not complain. So, and I see multiple heavies coming in within the next minutes. We have the 777 from Sao Paulo in about 10 minutes, and the two A330s, one from New York JFK and one from Washington, also in about 10 to 15 minutes from now. 4 p.m. in Taiwan. Well, greetings to Taiwan in that case. Glad that you could join today here in Switzerland. Mario, guten Morgen, grüezi Zentralschweiz. Yep, where the mountains are and also the snow. The snow said to northern Switzerland, where we are right here, nope, not fancy to come here. Whilst in the mountains there's up to 1 meter of fresh snow, actually. I would have loved to see some snow down here, but well, maybe later in the winter. Okay, next we have an Air Serbia Embraer 195 in a boring old white livery inbound from Belgrade. But well, let's use this one just as a warm-up, shall we? And well, also the all-white liveries belong to the daily business. Cut the nose slightly off there, trying to avoid this all the time, but sometimes it just happens. Let's check out the landing there. Nice and smooth. Good thing that the leaves of this tree have fallen down. Like this, the airplanes are not fully covered by it, unlike last time. And I see the first heavy aircraft moving. Oh, and I see something in the chat. Let me quickly check that out. Well, we see a 767, I think, on the taxiway there of United Airlines. Very nice. Holla die Waldfee. Stefan, vielen herzlichen Dank für deinen super Support. Also das ist ein Milestone-Horn, das ist ja wohl klar. Ja, das muss ich jetzt erstmal sacken lassen. Vielen herzlichen Dank, meine Güte. Das ist ja der Wahnsinn. Freut mich natürlich, dass es dir so gut gefällt. Und ja, mehr kann ich dazu im Moment nicht sagen. Das ist ja der Wahnsinn. So, and I would suggest we just track this United 767 down there for a bit. Let's quickly check. Registered November 657 Uniform Alpha, delivered in February 1993, and 32 years old, and this makes it for me the category dinosaur. 30 years and older, I call those the dinosaur category. Edelweiss A350 to Kilimanjaro has also pushed back, however, that is a candidate for runway 28 usually. So, and now I stop looking at the screen all the time and check that this 767 gets on the screen, shall we? So, nothing on approach anyways at the moment, so we can check. A quick question, when the airplanes have flown by here, how did the sound manage that? Was there any issue with the microphones or something? Yeah, we are going to see quite a few 767s today, the United ones of course, 3 of them. This one goes to Chicago. Then we have the one to Washington and the one to New York. Then the Delta 767, then the MyFreighter 767 freighter. Great to see that the 767 is still going strong. So they will turn to the right from our perspective here. Nice front view on this classic airliner. Well, not that classic, but it begins to be classic, kind of. I mean, 32 years old and one of the last generation for sure. They are lining up directly, nothing on approach, so I guess this could be an immediate departure actually. Let's check that out, whether this is the case. Oh, and the A350 actually comes to runway 16 there, Edelweiss to Kilimanjaro. That's a surprise. I would have expected this one on runway 28 because Kilimanjaro is not such a long flight actually. But okay, we take it, of course. All right, takeoff for the... Oh, there's a bit of water spray even, look at that, beautiful. And there's the A350 in the background. Also the A350 will be quite frequent in this live stream. Ones of Edelweiss, of course, then Cathay, Swiss, and Qatar Airways in the afternoon. Rotate, and there we go. Now they go. Now let's see how clear the view is to the mountains. Yeah, not as clear as 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, but still not bad. And now the early left turn after liftoff to avoid the densely populated areas to the south of the airport. And that was the departure of United Flight 12. And the next focus point is the Edelweiss A350 to Kilimanjaro. Here it is. Landing traffic. So they will have to wait. And of course there are 3 heavies in close vicinity. So we will definitely focus on those then, in case they are really coming in. Dann Florian, guten Tag, schön, dass du wieder mit dabei bist. The Edelweiss A350 really makes a nice impression every time. This livery suits this aircraft very well, and I also like the adaptations to the livery they have introduced with the A350. Okay, landing traffic. So once we have seen it from the front here, very nice. That's a 777 coming in, I guess the one from Sao Paulo. So, sorry Edelweiss, we will come back to you afterwards. However, we will not miss the first heavy landing here. At least the first one in this live stream. Here it is. Plant to do this a bit smoother, but here we go. Well, that camera work was everything else than ideal. Yep, Airbus software update indeed, and this United 767, I also took notice of that. Swiss A320s should fly without delay, that's good to know. So, next landing, Swiss A330 from New York JFK. And hopefully camera work will be a bit better this time. Starts off quite well. Yeah, a bit better, but still some forth and back movement, which I absolutely do not like. But well. But we have another chance, another Swiss A330 inbound from Washington, that is. Edelweiss A350 still holding short of runway 16. So we have enough time to enjoy the next A330 there. There it is on final. Maybe this time the camera work will be even better. Let's see. I do my best, of course. Now we're talking. This is how I would like to have my camera work. Der Interflugspotter, guten Morgen an dich, und auch Markus ist mit dabei. Guten Morgen, schön, dass ihr mit dabei seid. So, Edelweiss A350 in position and a Pegasus A321 Neo on final. Yeah, let's take the Pegasus with us, and then I guess we can move over directly to the A350 departure. So, this is one of the newer ones, so let's see how my autofocus is doing. Oh, not too bad actually. Okay, I take everything back. Here we go. It's quite dark today, huh? Rather smooth landing there. Okay, and I'll move over directly to the Edelweiss A350. Yeah, it's speeding off there. Takeoff for the Edelweiss A350 to Kilimanjaro on runway 16. As I said, kind of surprising. I would have expected it on 28, but okay, we take it. Ooh, that's an early rotation there, way before the runway intersection. Yeah, these low-hanging clouds there, I hope they disappear during the morning. Then Cake, have a good day. Thank you very much for tuning in. And that's quite a quick climb there for this A350, but kind of expected. So we have another heavy taxiing to runway 16 on taxiway Echo there. A330, and I would have to unlock my phone quickly to check where this one is going to. Come on. '66, that's the flight number. So that's the one to Miami. However, until this one is departing, we have some landing traffic. Next one is Air Europa with a 737-800. 8899 Gerig 6. Guten Morgen, Hannover Airport Fan ist auch mit dabei. Schön, dass ihr mit dabei seid. Euch habe ich schon mehrfach hier gesehen. Cool, dass ihr immer wieder einschaltet. Ja, Horn mache ich gleich. Nach der nächsten Landung. Ist ja einiges los hier heute im Live-Chat. Cool. Ooh, that was a smooth landing there. Very nice. And back we go. Stunning views. Oh, Lone Ranger, Airbus A380, vielen herzlichen Dank für die verschenkten Mitgliedschaften. Gucken wir gleich mal, ob hier schon jemand dazugestoßen ist.
Hello, this is 9 Golf Heavy Tower, your number 2, continue.
Absolut, wir haben 1102, we have 1102 TH, Florian, Mervin, Cassie and El Capitano. Those are the new ZAS FGeek members. Welcome everybody. And of course again, I am Ton617. Thank you very much for your donation. And Matthias, good morning and welcome to the live stream here. And greetings to the US. So, and we have the next heavy inbound. One A330 is actually already on the runway, the one to Miami, and another A330 is on final. Coming in from Chicago O'Hare, Swiss Flight 9er. Ja, wir hatten heute eine Ringelsocke, eine grüne, aber die ist schon gelandet. Mal gucken, ob am Nachmittag noch eine reinkommt. Sollte eigentlich.
This 9 Golf, wind 160 degrees 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Now they switched to the other tower frequency. You should now hear ATC as well. If it's too loud, let me know. I can make it more silent or louder if needed. So when we move directly over to runway 16 for the Miami departure. And in the background you can see the A340 to Mumbai.
Nine Golf, contact apron 121855, pipe. 121855, with 9 Golf.
Rotate and off we go. It's nice that the runway is still a bit wet from the rain in the morning. Well, and as I already mentioned, the next heavy is already on the way. Here we have it. The Swiss A340 to Mumbai. We have more landing traffic coming in as well, which is Aer Lingus from Dublin. Condor departure, yeah, shouldn't take too long actually. And 737 of 767 of Delta in 3 minutes, someone tells us. Let's check that out. I think they have to hold anyways. Yes,
So
indeed.
Shamrock 3 Charlie Golf, I left approach runway 14, reducing 16 knots. Hello, Shamrock 3 Charlie Golf Tower, wind 160 degrees 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Yeah, they're going via Echo 1 there, okay. Singapore 777 also pushing back. Okay, Condor departure is going to be what? I don't find, there at 11:50. So, Matti, guten Morgen. Thirsty Bear, good morning as well. I have no idea whether I see everyone in the live chat today. So, next is Aer Lingus, in case we have people watching from Ireland. This is your aircraft today. And following Aer Lingus is Delta with a 767-400ER. That's for sure a next highlight. And I saw also a 777 again on final, or base turn at least.
ILS 14, stop. Good morning, Delta 52 Heavy, tower number 2. Number 2, Delta 52 Heavy.
That's another butter smooth touchdown there for Aer Lingus. Very nice. And well, over there we have multiple heavies coming up. Another A330. To New York JFK.
Hello, flight 31, Lima,
Okay,
tower number 2.
however, next is the Delta
Shamrock 3 Charlie Golf,
767 from New York as well.
Delta 52, wind 160 degrees 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land. Land 14,
Here it
Delta
is.
52.
Saram, guten Morgen. Schön, dass du mit dabei bist. And yes, I can actually. Is there another heavy coming in? Nope. Okay, as you can see there, Those heavies have to wait at the moment, and the reason for that is quite, well, simple, so to say. Here on this graphic you can see the arrival and departure routes. In orange, or red, the arrival path of runway 14, and the dashed line is the go-around path of runway 14. And in blue you see the departure corridor of runway 16, and as you can see, those corridors intersect each other at 2 points, and this is why you cannot land and depart on runways 14 and 16 at the same time. So it's either landings on 14 or takeoffs on 16. And since we have inbound traffic at the moment, those aircraft waiting for departure on 16 have to wait. That's the reason why they are chilling there. And they will for quite a while. There are at least 3 more landings, including a 777 from Swiss, inbound from Miami, I think. Yeah. Triple-7 of Singapore Airlines is also joining the party there. And we go back to the approach sector where we have an Embraer 190 of British Airways inbound from London City. I can already hear a 777 on final. Quite close behind, actually. So, let's see. Yeah, well, this should be enough, though, in terms of spacing. Still on the runway though, needs to vacate. Oh, I'll activate in record mode now.
The 65 with 170 degrees 4 knots, runway 14 and keep away. Flyer 31 Lima, contact Dave in 121.855.
Zurich Tower, good morning, GN5 Sierra Zulu, ILS, runway 14.
GN5 Sierra Zulu Tower, good morning, your number 2, continue.
Continue, number 2 at GN5 Sierra Zulu.
Nice landing. Yeah, spacing was enough anyways. Well, the Embraer from London City is actually not that rare. You get them pretty much daily. And absolutely, Singapore Airlines and Star Alliance livery. Okay, we have another inbound, which is Asian Airlines from Athens, of course. And I think then it's time for those heavies down there to be released. Three heavy departures on the runway. JFK, then the A340 to Mumbai, and the Singapore 777, of course, to Singapore. Right after the landing of Asian Airlines from Athens.
GN5 Sierra Zulu, wind 170 with 4, runway 14, you clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 14 at GN5 Sierra Zulu.
Clear to land, loud and clear. must say I really like the new livery of Asian Airlines. This blue color looks cool, in my opinion. Oh, and that was a greaser. Look at that. So now let's see whether those heavies down there get released. I would... Oh, there's still a departure on 28. Let's see. Approach sector is clear, and here they go. Okay, takeoff for flight. That is 16, I think. Swiss flight 16 to JFK.
Gene 5 Sierra Zulu, contact apron 121.855. Bye.
And who follows? Looks like Singapore Airlines will be following this A330. Rotate and off we go. Have a nice ride to JFK across the pond. Sergio, guten Morgen und grüß dich Rüstal. And now Singapore Airlines is ready for takeoff. Takeoff clearances, by the way, are on another frequency of the ATC. I currently have the arrival frequency on since we have more arrivals at the moment. And next, the A340 to Mumbai. Let's see how slow it climbs out.
Hello, Itano 572 tower, wind 170 degrees 7 knots, runway 148, clear to land.
Very nice, look at that. So we have more heavies coming up, as you can see there, while the A340 banks to the left there. There's an American 787 to Philadelphia, followed by another United 767 to Newark. Yeah, the anniversary liveries of Lufthansa, I absolutely love it. I love the concept. It looks really good on all aircraft. Actually, I wouldn't mind if this becomes the standard livery, but okay. Would be a bit too much color, I think. But yeah. Yes, indeed. ITA Aero on final from Rome in the old Alitalia livery. That's also something you never know when it is the last time. And that's why I think I'm going to record it. Uh, 10:31, already 1 hour into the stream.
This is Man Alpha Yankee number 2.
Time is always flying. And here we have ITA Airways in the livery of Alitalia. Ooh, it was a smooth landing as well. And there was one little fuselage piece which indicates the blue livery of ITA Airways. So, and there you have the two US heavies. American with a Dreamliner and United with the 767 400ER. Yes, American today from runway 16. I'm not sure last week when we were on the observations deck, was it a runway 28 departure or runway 16? Not fully sure.
Runway 14, clear to land, Swiss Man Alpha.
Hotel 572, right Hotel 2, please.
So, oh, come on. I would like to go to the approach area again for the next landing. An A220 of Swiss from Florence. Yeah, this remote control is kind of weird. When you press the button too hard, nothing happens. Oh, and I think the next one, dang it, sorry. I should focus on the screen while I'm filming, such that I don't miss anything. Okay, smooth landing there. The next one is something you folks are looking forward to. An A350, not of Swiss, but of Edelweiss, from Tampa. As I said, we will also see a landing of an Airbus A340 today.
If you can, Hotel 1, please.
However, this one will join a bit later. It's very dark today.
Edelweiss 5 Lima, wind 190 degrees 5 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Okay, clear to land, runway 14, Edelweiss 5 Lima.
Swiss Man Alpha Yankee, apron 1 to 1855, what am I saying?
1855, up is Swiss Man Alpha.
That was a very, very smooth touchdown there, wasn't it? At least how I could tell. Yep, lighting of the last stream, that would be great. Indeed. That was extraordinary actually on the observations deck last week.
Lima for taxi apron 121.855. 121.855, goodbye divine side.
Skyview Planes, great to you, great that you are here, and Devin as well. Oh. Why did this now activate? I don't know, it should disappear again. Oh. Unfortunately my gloves with touch screen sensitivity didn't arrive yet, so I have to use my old ones. So, the American heavies still chilling down there because we have inbound traffic. Next one is Lufthansa from Frankfurt, an Airbus A380. Matthias, guten Tag und Grüße ins Morgental. Schön, dass du mit dabei bist. And here we have Lufthansa. A319 from Frankfurt. How many times have I taken one of those to Frankfurt? I don't know. Uppsala, a little bit too low there. That's better.
Hello, 5 Papa Golf Tower, number 2. Okay.
So, the heavies down there are moving forward. American Airlines seems to have priority. Next landing is Edelweiss A320 from Edinburgh.
Lufthansa 1 Romeo Tango, contact apron 121.855.
Lufthansa 1 Romeo Tango 11855, ciao.
Edelweiss to 8 kilo, wind 160 degrees 5 knots,
Back
runway
to those
14
once
kilo.
they depart.
Runway 14 land, Edelweiss to 8 kilo.
Yeah, multiple Matthias in the live stream today, or in the live chat. And here we have an Edelweiss A320 as announced from Scotland. Still one on approach. So the heavies will have to wait a few more minutes there. And what is it? The Swiss A220 from Munich. And after that, I think it's fuel time for American Airlines first, followed by United.
Contact apron 121.855.
We can absolutely agree on that, Matthias. Edelweiss livery is simply cool. So, Güterauto, Postauto.
Waar is de power state? Ja, zo zie ik het. Doe maar een flash.
And now, on stage, the A220 from Munich.
5 Papa Golf is like a small red ball, wind 150 with 5, runway 14 clear to land. Clear land, 5 Papa Golf.
That's still a 100. You may have heard Swiss is going to ground the entire A220-100 fleet due to the ongoing engine issues. However, at the moment, they are still flying. And landing butter smooth. Okay, fuel time for American Airlines, so we move over to runway 16.
Yeah, looks good.
For a Dreamliner departure to Philadelphia. In the background you can see the A350 from Tampa, which has landed a few minutes before. Parking at Dock B as it looks.
Vijf Papa Golf, apron 12185,
That's an early rotation.
Juliet, bishop with a vision for the longer frequency.
Quite a nice climb rate. Alright, and in position for another departure on runway 16 is United Flight 1352 Newark, a Boeing 767-400ER. Here we go. Charlie apron down there is well packed with aircraft, and also the southern one there, right next to the hangar. And here we go, rotate and off into the skies. Have a pleasant flight in there. I have the feeling that the view to the mountains is getting a bit more clear. Like those low-hanging clouds, like higher fog clouds have dissolved a bit, which is good. Which is very, very good. All right. Uppsala. Let's get this into the center and let's just appreciate this great view of the airport which we have up here. Wie Emirates, guten Tag, schön, dass du mit dabei bist. Matthias, good day to you. I think I've already seen you. Edinburgh, okay, I'll try to remember that for next time. Yeah, many people here today, great. And glad that you enjoyed the show so far. Okay, next landing, Helvetic with an Embraer 190, and then it's time for the next highlight, the Swiss Airbus A350 from Boston. Oh, 200 people watching, that's great. Welcome everybody, glad that you could make it today. I hope you enjoy the show. If you do so, feel free to leave a like, hit that thumb up button, subscribe if you're new to the channel for weekly aviation videos in 4K and also live streams of course. And if you would like to support me additionally, feel free to join the ZASF Geeks for exclusive content and early access to regular uploads. We welcome every new member of course and ensure that you will enjoy the stay. I'm glad that it's not too cold today. Last week was quite, yeah, I would just say the air was quite crispy, but today it's okay. So, and we now go for the Helvetic Embraer 190 from Nice in southern France. I hope my camera work isn't screwed up like this for the A350 afterwards. Already quite close, so please touch down there. Yeah, nice and smooth, thank you. Nose wheel down, and we move over again to the final approach area for the Swiss A350 from Boston.
Aber im Final hast du nicht gesehen. Hast du das Medical gemacht? Das Medical. Das ist ein Scherz. Aber letztes Mal hast du es gesehen, oder? Ja, alles klar. Okay, man sieht sich, gell? Schönen Tag. Merci, ciao.
And here it is.
Swiss 4 Yankee, wind 160 runway 14, clear to land. Runway 14 to land, Swiss 4 Yankee. Swiss 7 Alpha Kilo, contact apron 121 decimal 855.
11855 to 7 Alpha Kilo.
Simply a nice aircraft. Ja, absolut. Das ist die neue Maschine der Swiss, die A350. Frisch abpressen.
4 Yankee, contact apron 121 855.
889 GR exact. Thank you for tuning in and see you later in that case. Maybe we are even lucky to get some sun today, if I look into the sky. And I really hope it clears further up for the mountain view. This would be quite cool.
Good, this is 5 Echo Whiskey, tower wind 160 degrees, 5 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
So, next landings, we have another A220-100 of Swiss from Geneva, and then the Dash 8 of Croatia Airlines from Zagreb. Those are the next landings.
With a good speed on the runway should be fine, yeah.
Yeah, and then it's inbound rush time. Alex, erstmal guten Morgen, schön, dass du mit dabei bist. Die beste Zeit ist eigentlich so ziemlich genau jetzt bis um so 2:45, bis die A380 draußen ist. Weil jetzt hast du die Hauptankunftswelle am späten Morgen. Und die Flieger, die jetzt reinkommen, die gehen dann am frühen Nachmittag alle wieder raus. Also dann ist eigentlich am meisten los. And then there is a question from Sinan. Why is runway 16 the least used? Well, this has to do with the intersecting flight path, which I have shown earlier. Let me quickly get the graphic again. Here you have it. You cannot operate landings on 14 and departures on 16 independently because of these intersecting flight corridors. And therefore, if you would use a runway 16 for departures too much, then you would limit the overall airport capacity. And that's why the preferred departure runway, along with 14 arrivals, is runway 28. Which is the shortest runway which we have here at the airport. But for the narrow bodies, usually this is not a problem. However, for the heavies, they would have to take runway 16 usually, of course. This is kind of a speciality here at this airport, those intersecting flight corridors, which are limiting the capacity sometimes. Especially, if I zoom out a bit, if we have eastern wind, then they would take off. You can see right now a takeoff on runway 28, there you go. They would depart in the opposite direction on runway 10. And then you can already imagine if you have on runway 16 here this left turn. If you have departures on runway 10, they cross this go around path of runway 14 as well. And if you then connect the dots, this is the concept which has the least capacity actually. But fortunately we do not have eastern winds every day. So, off to the Dash 8 from Croatia Airlines. So, here we go.
Tower, good morning, Iberia 06 Delta Tango, 3 miles and a half.
Hello, Buenos Iberia 06 Delta Tango number 2 and continue, I call you for landing clearance.
Roger, continue.
Did I hear this correctly? Expect late landing clearance for the next one. Yeah, I can already hear it. Croatia Airlines just touched down there. Yep, A350 taxi to runway to Dock E as it looks. Next landing, Iberia with an A320 from Madrid.
Croatia 460, contact Apron 121.855, goodbye.
Well, this is enough spacing.
Iberia 06 Delta Tango, wind 190 degrees 5 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 14, Iberia 06 Delta Tango.
Here we go. Yeah, last time we were up here, we had to go around, I remember. Let's see whether we have another one today. Yeah, that's another bother smooth landing. Now, looks like we have a private jet on final, which is El Capitano and NG Aviation, good morning.
Radio
Great to
06
see you
Delta
here in the live
contact
chat.
apron 121.855.
Looks like a Dassault Falcon, if I'm not mistaken. Let's check that one out.
Papa Foxtrot Romeo, wind 190 degrees 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Yes, it is. Unfortunately, not too colorful livery, but okay, we take it.
This is 9 Yankee Delta.
This is 9 Yankee Delta, number 2, continue.
Copy.
So, and the next one, an A321 of Swiss, inbound from Berlin. Yeah, now it's continuous inbound traffic, that's good.
Papa Foxtrot Romeo, contact apron 121.855. From 121.855, Swiss 9 Yankee Delta, wind 190 degrees 5 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
514 clear land, this is 9 Yankee Delta, may we take off okay?
Yeah, with a very good speed, that's okay.
We'll do so, 9 Yankee Delta.
No, it's an old one, I think.
319,
See?
continuous number 2.
India Oscar Mike, yeah. That's one of the older A321s, I think. Would have to verify that. That's another KISS landing, wow. Like 2 weeks ago. Very smooth landings, one after the other. Great. Oh no, it's actually only 14 years old. Okay.
Swiss 319 Victor, wind 180 degrees 6 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Oh, I really hope that my gloves with touchscreen sensitivity arrive soon. This would make things a lot easier here. So, next, Swiss A220 from Düsseldorf. Yeah, Düsseldorf was one of the Swiss A350 destinations. And that was the flight that I was taking at the end of October, already 1 month ago. Wow, another smooth landing, wow. As if they would know that we are alive today. So, and we continue with another Swiss A320 from Prague. Yes, indeed, pilots really have a good day today, as it looks. Well, conditions are good as well. I mean, good visibility, almost no wind, so.
To contact apron 121.855.
Let's see whether the next one is also as smooth as the last ones.
Hello, platoon 67, Mike, continue. Swiss 3 Kilo Hotel, wind 180
Here we go,
degrees 5 knots,
A320
runway
from
14, clear to land.
Prague.
Runway 14 clear to land, Swiss 3 Kilo Hotel.
Well, let's see whether the landing is smoother than my camera work. Not as smooth as the last ones, but still very nice. No, I won't do a trip report video actually, that's not my business, apparently. Soon retires, okay. Then next, the PC-24 from Geneva. Okay, let's take a look at that. And no flag spamming here in the chat, please, thank you. Here we go. PC-24, Swiss-made aircraft. So gut. Weiß ich noch nicht, ob ich zur Aviatik-Börse gehe. Wahrscheinlich nicht. Ich habe zwar eine Modellflugzeugkollektion, aber aktuell hat die keine Prio. So. Next up, Brussels Airlines with an A320 from Brussels. No special livery today. Is that the standard one with the dots?
Okay, Glafas. B95 Lima Yankee, wind 1 is Airbus 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land. Runway 14, clear to land, turbulence,
One butter landing after the other. Was habe ich für Modelle? Oh, das sind viele, über 100. Aber meine Lieblingsmodelle sind wahrscheinlich die Swissair DC-7 und DC-6. George, good morning and greetings to Greece. We have a short break as it looks, that's good. Let's just enjoy this beautiful view here for a while. Yeah, well, not long of a break. Next one is Austrian Airlines with an A320 from Vienna. Then Swiss with an A220 from Budapest. And EasyJet with an A320 from Pristina.
Austin 135, wind 16 degrees 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land. 14 clear to land, Austin 135.
It could really get sunny in the afternoon. How about that? I don't have a model of chair airlines actually. Madrid Hopper, good day to you. Great that you made it and glad that you enjoyed your plane spotting yesterday. I'm having a good time as well today. But yeah, I think yesterday was better. All right, we continue with the next landing. Austrian Airlines from Vienna.
Hello.
Butter landing number 2516, like it feels like it at least. Oh yeah, Etihad with the Dreamliner taking off on runway 28. I think I'll show you that one, just climb out, why not? Fertigmodelle. Bei mir ist Maßstab 1:500. So there we have it. I don't have too much zoom, but we should still get a decent view on the climb out there for this Etihad 787.
First contact apron 121-855.
121-855,
The 70 makes
And there we go. Takeoff for Etihad Airways. We will see an A321LR later of Etihad arriving.
DC 858 uniform tower low. Correction top is 858 uniform, hello.
Hello?
And here they go.
Hello. The 70 makes it, contact apron 121-855.
The Etihad climb out and the sun is coming out indeed. Nice.
Top Swiss 858 uniform, wind 150.
So next landing.
Runway 14, clear to land.
EasyJet from Pristina. And we have EasyJet joining the Smooth Landing Club. Yeah. And next we have inbound from London City, a Helvetic Embraer 195 E2.
Top Swiss 858 uniform, contact apron 121-855. Bye-bye.
1855, top Swiss 528.
Victor Bravo, wind 140 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Clear to land 1463 Victor. That was Seabird 710 Romeo, ILS 14.
Seabird 710 Romeo, tower low.
Yeah, let's see whether the landing is smoother than my panning here. Yeah, definitely. Kissed the ground there. Welcome to the Smooth Landing Club and welcome to Zurich to everyone arriving from London City. Morgen. And we have another London flight incoming. British Airways from London Heathrow this time.
Victor Bravo, contact apron 11855.
11855, 3 Victor Bravo.
Is ATC too loud or volume okay? I can adapt it if necessary. Volume okay, thank you. Bit of a pity that the sun is now coming up and out and not when the heavies arrived. But okay, we take it. That's another smooth landing there. Oh. They all are joining the club today. Great. So, next landing. We have now 4 A220s in a row, all of Swiss. The first one from Stuttgart, then Amsterdam, Belgrade and Hanover. Oh, well, maybe some of them are a Baltic. Let's see. Yeah, this one is of Swiss. Yeah. Welcome to Zurich, other smooth landing as the others. Ja, Wetterbericht vom Flughafen Zürich. Der Himmel lichtet sich auch. Ja, in Richtung Stadt, ja genau das gleiche eigentlich. Tatsächlich. Schön. Ich hatte schon ein bisschen Angst, dass wir trotzdem ein bisschen Regen abbekommen heute, aber das scheint nicht der Fall zu sein. Soll mir recht sein. So then, another A220 from Amsterdam. This is now the Swiss narrow body inbound rush.
Swiss 2 Delta Victor, wind 170 degrees 5 knots, runway 14, clear to land. Clear to land, runway 14, Swiss 2 Delta Victor.
All those aircraft departed today in the early morning, right after the first heavy landing rush, actually, right after 6 a.m. So the transfer passengers could board the European connecting flights, and now the same principle, inbound rush, with quite a few transfer passengers connecting later on the long-haul flights which depart in the early afternoon. YT-RTX, guten Morgen, schön, dass du mit dabei bist. And we have another A220 from Belgrade coming in. We didn't have an Air Baltic yet, and yeah, this is also Swiss. Not so pleased with my camera work here. Come on. However, we are super pleased with those landings. Look at that. One smoother than the other. Okay, we have another A220 from Hanover, and then the next heavy, a Swiss A330 from Newark. Okay, welcome back. Great to see you again. Let's see whether the next one is also as smooth.
Runway 14, clear to land. Runway 14, clear to land, this is 4 Delta Kilo.
Another A220-300.
This one electronic, how low?
Nice. All right, it's time for the next heavy. Still a bit further out, but okay. Then after that is another A220 inbound from Copenhagen, but first the A330 from Newark.
Let's
take a look. This one has sunlight on the fuselage, which is good. So let's take a closer look.
This one Charlie, wind 170 degrees 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Now it's a bit more in the shadow. Whatever. Let's enjoy that one.
Good day, please, 2V6, totally silent, runway 14.
The 2 Whiskey X-8, hello.
Well, I don't know how you feel, but for once the butter machine A330 was not responsible for the smoothest landing of the day.
This one Charlie, contact April
McDonald's for dinner.
Bye-bye.
Enjoy that one. Well, sometimes you need some cheat days, do you?
This 2 Whiskey X-ray, wind 170 degrees, 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 14 is 2 Whiskey X-ray.
Okay, and the Swiss narrow-body fleet keeps coming in. The next, an A220 from Copenhagen. This is an Air Baltic apparently, but still flying for Swiss. Then we have an A321 Neo from Rome and an Helvetic Embraer 195E2 from Venice.
This 5 Golf Tango Tower, hello.
Marco, schönen guten Morgen an dich, schön, dass du mit dabei bist. And I buy my aircraft models at a local store which is close to the airport apparently, if I buy some. However, it has been a while actually since the last time. So, and that's the first Air Baltic of the day, I think. For us at least. Lighting keeps getting better and better. And also they joined the Smooth Landing Club. Look at that. Oops. Burger with extra vegetables. That's healthy. Alright, the next the A321 Neo from Rome. Let's see how this one's doing.
14855, 2 Whiskey X-ray.
This 5 Golf Tango, wind 160 degrees, 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Runway 14, clear to land, this 5 Golf Tango. Zurich Tower, Jungle South, with 8 Kilo Whiskey, Alice 14.
This 8 Kilo Whiskey, Tower low.
Do those passengers even feel the touchdowns? The sun is really coming out. Great. So then, Helvetic is next with an Embraer 195E2. Well, speaking of food, my breakfast in terms of healthiness beats nobody, I think. Croissant, cheese quiche and a cinnamon pastry. I think the black coffee was the healthiest item of my breakfast today. But well, I have cheat day today, so I don't care. And the lighting is really getting good now, is it? Nice.
Have a great day, Edelweiss 245 Zulu, Island 14.
Edelweiss 245 Zulu, tower low.
Look at those landings. How long does an aircraft need to be in the air to operate at a profit but still be safe? Will still be safe. Do you mean in terms of the range, or? Well, the rule of thumb certainly is the longer it is in the air, the more profitable it is, because at the ground you have parking fees, etc. An airplane that is not flying is generally not very profitable. That's a rule of thumb. Here we have Edelweiss inbound from Palma de Mallorca, making a great appearance here in this sunlight. And in terms of the hours, well, this depends actually on the aircraft type. I mean, a long-haul aircraft would have, the longer it is in the air, the better. Same goes for short-haul. I mean, the A320 can fly, Edelweiss flies it on routes which take up to 5.5 hours. So, and then it also depends on the cost structure of the airline itself, like a cut-price airline like Ryanair and EasyJet. With the services they provide can offer lower fees, and then the flag carriers like Swiss have costs included for lounge access, etc., which they have to provide. This really depends on the structure itself, so hard to define an exact number like this aircraft has to fly in general this amount of hours to be profitable. So here we have Helvetic inbound from Warsaw, also for Swiss. I didn't expect to have such good weather today, to be honest. That's why I took a thumbnail of cloudy skies, but well, positive surprise. I take it, definitely. Oh, yeah, Mandelgipfeli, I will be in for that as well. Yeah, absolute Lone Ranger Romad. If you have a fully booked 3-hour flight and a 10% load factor on a 10-hour flight, probably the 3-hour flight is more profitable. So then we have Edelweiss coming in from Pristina, another A320. I could actually ask a friend of mine on this question regarding profitability, since he's quite into flight pricing, so maybe he knows a bit better. But well, I doubt that you can really say an A320 needs to fly like 2 hours and 30 minutes in general or so. Well, I could ask him actually. So, more A220s inbound, one from Paris and one from Milano. And the sun makes it very nice out here. A bit warmer, feels great. Ja, das ist richtig. Ein Flüger hockt nicht gerne am Boden. Absolut. Ein Flüger ist gemacht zum Fliegen und nicht zum in der Gegend rumstehen. I cannot wait for the Edelweiss A340 in this lighting.
There's 2 Tango Mike, tower low.
Yeah, that's another smooth landing there. Kommt eine Ringelsocke, ja, dann hat er den Warten bald ein Ende. Super. Ah, das ist ja die startet, ne? War die so lange hier? Die ist ja schon vor einer ganzen Weile gelandet eigentlich. Anyways. More Swiss flights are coming in. And the weather is really nice. That's a positive surprise. Chat turned to the breakfast chat. Yeah, well, why not? Why not? Who doesn't like breakfast? And tomorrow I have my Sunday breakfast. Sweet crepes and croissants. With Granny's jam. So next, Swiss A220 from Milano. Correction, Air Baltic apparently, flying for Swiss. Nice lighting, I love it. And another kiss landing. Dann ZRA Memes, schönen guten Morgen, schön, dass du mit dabei bist.
Contact apron 121.855. Bye-bye. The 3 Yankee mid 170 is 3 knots, runway 14 clear to land.
14 clear to land, 3 Yankee.
So what is that? An A321 or something? No, A320.
Hello, this is 965, ILS 14.
Yeah.
This is 965, tower low.
We haven't had a single hard landing today. All of them were butter smooth. So, and the next one is an A321neo from Barcelona.
These 3 Hotel Yankee, contact apron 121.855. Bye-bye.
1855, 3 Yankee.
Island 6 Mike, wind 170 degrees 3 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Runway 14, clear to land, 6 Mike.
Oi, oi, oi. Autofocus, don't let me down here.
Regulate 110, tower low.
So, then I quickly need to do something here. Change the rubber band on my tripod lever because it looks like it will snap very soon. Yeah, maybe some background info. I use rubber bands to pan the tripod at. And sometimes you need to change them because, yeah, it happened already, oops, that one of them snapped while I recorded a very important aircraft, and that is one of the moments which I absolutely hate. I'll stream until like 3:30 in the afternoon, maybe a bit longer. So, it might be a bit shaky for a short while I'll attach this rubber band here. Oh, come on. Oh, whoa, whoa. I hope this doesn't take too long now. Oh. Come on, yes. Here we go. The sun is warming up the air quite a bit. I don't even need the gloves at the moment. That's good. That is a Cessna Citation, I think, just based on the looks. Dancing down the glide path to the touchdown zone, and here we go. Yeah, no gloves needed today. Wow. Pleasant surprise. Oh, Lindgard, good day, and greetings to Denmark. So then we have another A220 coming in.
Contact April 11855, bye-bye.
1855,
So, what is Condor doing? I know you guys wait for that one. has been pushed back. Okay. We should actually be able to see it from here. Yeah, there you go. Taxiing to runway 28. To Frankfurt, I guess. Yeah. So, arrival traffic is slowing down slowly but surely. We have here another landing, an A320. Ich weiß nicht, wo Pierrido ist. Hat er mal gesagt, dass er im Urlaub ist oder so? Vielleicht kommt er später noch. Falls du noch Hilfe brauchst beim Moderieren, ich kann noch einen weiteren zum Moderator machen. Da musst du nicht alles alleine machen, wenn es zu viel wird. So, another A220 from Luxembourg coming in. And I don't like it when there are insects on my camera. Fly away, please. Thank you. Tim, guten Morgen. Ja, Etihad ist schon weg, aber es kommt gleich, ja, in einer guten, knappen Stunde kommt eine weitere Etihad. A321 Neo LR. So let's see whether they join the smooth landing club as well. Oh, fair enough. Condor is taxiing to the runway currently. No worries, I won't miss that one.
Confirm, Swiss 339 Hotel calling? Yeah, maybe take hotel please. Swiss 339 Hotel, AFM, hotel to approve, contact apron 11855.
So, next, an A320 Neo off Swiss from London Heathrow. That's the next one. And then we will take a look at the climb out of the Condor A321.
14 clear to land.
14 clear to land, with 8 Hotel Golf. Is that for Hotel 2, Swiss 8 Hotel Golf?
Swiss 8 Hotel Golf, AFM.
Okay.
Quickly check down on the runway whether Condor is already lining up, and it is indeed. Okay, oops, so much for the landing, and let's see what Condor is doing there. Lined up on runway 28.
Golf, contact apron 11855, Fadia.
11855,
Frequenz des Towers ist aktuell 120225 für die Landungen und 1181 für die Abflüge. Die splitten das in der Regel auf. während der Rush Hour. Aprikosen-Berliner vom Bäcker, das klingt auch nicht schlecht. So Condor, get moving.
Wind 15 service 3 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
You're kidding. We have been waiting for you and now you're chilling there and not fly. Runway 16 is clear, or do they have to wait for a slot? No. Approach sector 16, nothing coming in. Oh, okay, well. And I'm kind of hesitant to move away because that's a classic. Then you, oh, now they go. Okay. Take off for Condor to Frankfurt. So let's move over there and wait until it appears behind Dock E. Here we go. I actually flew on Condor to Madeira from Düsseldorf. However, mine had red stripes. And this is one with green stripes. Have a good flight to Frankfurt. And we just in time for the next touchdown here. Air Baltic with an A220. Yeah, butter smooth as always. So, Paddy, guten Morgen an dich. Levin ist auch mit dabei. Schönen guten Tag, Grüße nach Österreich. Swiss 777 ist auch hier. Guten Tag. Many people joining today. Great.
Yankee, contact Japan 12855.
Paddy vom Embrach. Grüße auf Embrach, gerade um Decken eigentlich. Ja?
Jet 449, wind 15 service 3 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Good land, runway 14, this is jet 449.
So, and I am waiting for the Edelweiss A340. And it's coming soon, folks, in about 19 minutes. And also the MyFrider 767 is around the corner. A bit less than 15 minutes. And here we have VistaJet with a Challenger from London Luton. It's a lot warmer than I expected today. What's up with all those insects here? I know they appear in summer, but I hope they would go to sleep in winter. Anyways, all right, the next highlights will be the MyFreighter 767 coming in from Tashkent. Registered uniform kilo 67009er, which is 24 years old, so not the oldest 767. Then we also have Iceland Air in close vicinity, 737 MAX. And of course the Edelweiss A340. I'm looking forward to this one a lot. In this lighting, this will look very, very nice. Dann Yves, guten Morgen, schön, dass du mit dabei bist. Und 8899 GRXX. Auch dir einen schönen Tag, merci vielmals fürs Einschalten und bis zum nächsten Mal. Yeah, inbound traffic has now slowed down a bit, but we just wait patiently for the next ones, which are going to be very nice. And then the Emirates A380 will also not take too long, although, let's see, I think a bit further out still. Yeah. No. Yeah, 45 minutes to go. Not too long, actually. Actually not too bad that we have some heavies now around the noon, because then the waiting time until the departure rush hour commences won't feel as long. So, all good. And the announced aircraft are all arriving pretty much in sequence. Let's see, who could be first? Probably the 767 coming in from the east, and then Iceland Air will be in between, followed then by the Edelweiss A340, sorry. A340, of course. That's also the reason why I picked the Edelweiss A340 for the thumbnail picture. Coming in from Cancun, no, Punta Cana, sorry, Punta Cana, of course. And should have been an A350 originally, but since one of the A350 is currently stuck at Bogota, they are switching around equipment a bit, as I saw. And that's why we get to see an A340 in the inbound rush, even though it is a bit delayed today, but this shall not disturb us. If it was on time, we wouldn't have the very nice lighting on it as we have right now. So, and they moved Thai Airways to the Dock E parking position. They were there at the remote stand before. And yeah, Dock A fully packed after the inbound rush, as well as the Charlie parking positions. All the narrow bodies now getting ready for their next rotations, and also the heavies, which have arrived earlier. All right, my Friday now. Can I already see it from here? No, there are clouds behind there. Oh, no, I see it actually. Now on base turn for runway 14. Yeah, a bit more than 4 minutes, I guess, and then we see it. Well, Madrid Hopper, thank you very much for tuning in and see you next time. Zurich FGeek camera recommendation. I could recommend mine. My equipment is in the description as usual. Does 60 frames per second at 4K. Disadvantage, the zoom is okay, but not super like compared to a photo camera. And also night footage. Well, for night footage you will need to get a very good camera anyway. So. But the one I have has quite a good performance for the price which I got, so I'm very pleased with that one. Yep, so sequence is my Friday 767, then Icelandair 737 MAX, and then the Edelweiss A350. Those are the next landings. Wow, who would have thought that this is going to be such a nice day today? The forecast was different, at least the one I checked. Wie viel Millimeter weiß ich nicht genau, ehrlich gesagt. Bei den Camcorders ist es immer so eine Sache. Wie viel Zoom-Millimeter der hat, aber ja, viel mehr als 200 hat er wahrscheinlich nicht. Das ist der maximale Zoom, der geht, übrigens. Actually, I could quickly, before these airplanes land, convince myself of the sound quickly. How does that sound here? Yeah, sound is not too bad. Certainly better than the last time when we were up here. But I analyzed that in detail at home anyway. So now we need some landings, do we? That was a break which we had here, but the next ones are coming. As I said, now 767 freighter of my freighter from Tashkent, then Icelandair 737 MAX, and then the good old A340 of Edelweiss. And then there are some more aircraft in closer vicinity as well. That's good. Then in the meantime, I think we will also have to focus a bit on the departures on runway 28 to cover up the time until the A380 is here, and also especially the departure rush in the early afternoon. All right. Now off to the 767. Here it is. Please center, thank you.
As I want to Charlie, how low?
And the runway has dried up a bit. Now the smoke of the touchdown is showing up. Iceland there, still a bit further out. Well, between the 767 and the 737 you need some space, that's for sure.
Bye-bye.
121.
121-855.
121-855. Later 745. Bye.
Bye-bye. As I want to Charlie, wind
Next Iceland there, the 737 MAX. Yeah, their 757s are missed, that's for sure. One of my favorites actually, but those times are over as well. And I see the A340 following Iceland there, already on final. Alright, Iceland there with the blue tail as it looks. Yeah.
Airlines 37 Tower Low.
Alright, and now, are you ready for the Edelweiss A340? Let's move over there. And there it is, on final for runway 14.
121-855, bye-bye.
121-855, and 127, bye-bye.
Perfect lighting. How about that?
Airlines 37, windbound price airbreeze 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 14, Airlines 37.
That was just beautiful. Perfect lighting and, well, the Edelweiss livery always looks good. Anyways.
Contact apron 11855. Bye-bye.
11855, goodbye, advise, 37.
Yeah, taking time to vacate there. Well, no traffic on final, so they have no need to rush or whatsoever. Well, the clouds start to dissolve if I'm not mistaken. Hopefully providing then some great views onto the mountains during the departure rush in the afternoon. So, we are waiting for some heavies now departing. Cathay Pacific is on the radar to Hong Kong, an A350. This will be the next one as it looks, and for the arrivals we have an Helvetic Embraer 190 E2 on final from Berlin, and then a Swiss A320 Neo from Manchester. The only disadvantage of the sun is now that it's getting very bright here if you move over, and this makes the mountain view not as clear as it was before. That's the only disadvantage of the sun, but well, it is what it is. Although when you zoom in, it still could be fine. Yeah, no, still okay, I think. So, Helvetic Embraer is now on final. I'll move over once they have come a bit closer. And I see now two heavy departures coming up. First of all, the A350 of Cathay, which I've mentioned, and then the A330 of Swiss to Delhi. So I guess we will have some screen time for heavy aircraft departures afterwards. Whilst we are waiting for the Emirates A380, of course, which will come in about half an hour. Hallo. Ja, absolut. Super, cool. Nach der Fan da on stage, great. Wie viel sind es im Moment? Ein bisschen über 28.000, glaube ich. So, we continue. As I said, Helvetic Embraer 190 E2 from Berlin.
Takeoffs, Charlie Delta, established Island 14, Dylan. Mijn naam is Midday, Charlie Delta, Roger, call you for landing credential. Okay.
I hated it when I cut off the nose, but well. This usually happens when I kind of quickly move my eyes somewhere else, or I'm not fully focused on the filming itself, and then it happens very quickly. Edelweiss Embraer 190, yeah, that would be interesting indeed. Although when I imagine it, I don't think that the Edelweiss livery would suit the Embraer very nicely, kind of, I don't know. Maybe it's just a matter of getting used to it, but I think on the Airbus, on the A220 it would look pretty cool, I think. But the fuselage of the Embraer is very narrow, kind of, and yeah. Oh! Red-nosed Swiss A320 Neos is one of these Christmas liveries.
Charlie Delta, Alpha 2 available? Yep, that's fine. Charlie Delta, danke.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Airplane. Well, it would look a bit better if they would actually paint some reindeer stuff on there as well. The nose, well, it looks... It's a very simple concept, yet if you know what it is, then it's cool. So, what are the heavies doing? Swiss pushed back, Cathay pushed back. Yeah, they will appear soon. More inbound traffic. British Airways with an A320, followed by Chair with another A320 from Pristina. Daily flights taxiing. You can see it there. I could actually zoom in. There you have it. And Cathay right in the background. That's cool. I like these aircraft ballet scenes here. There's multiple aircraft on the screen. Yeah, it could also be referred to as a clown, actually. These red-nosed A320s of Swiss. Last year they also had an A330. I don't know whether they will have this year as well. It's the first time that I see them for this Christmas season. Ja. Ja, ein bisschen Sackgeld, sagen wir es mal so. NG Aviation, bis später. Okay, British Airways is getting closer. I'll move over to those, or to them. Cathay is taxiing a bit slower than Swiss, that's a pity. to leave Cathay behind there. Okay, next landing, British Airways from London Heathrow. Here we go. Let's see whether British Airways joins the Smooth Landing Club as well. Although it's not the first British Airways we had today, so. But I don't remember whether they bothered it or not.
Day 01 on South Side, that's 1455, go.
Day 01, tower, hello, number 2, continue.
The lighting is just absolutely perfect right now. If my camera work would be perfect, it would be even better. But well. So. Yep. Nice landing. So, and we move over to runway 16 and see that Swiss flight 146 to Delhi is already lining up on the runway. Cathay Pacific in the background. Ramirez, good day to you. Glad that you could join. This beautiful day here at Zurich Airport. Oh, there's another one coming in. Before chair. Oops, appears to be some private jet.
Speedboat 1 to Tango, contact apron 121.855. Bye-bye.
Fly high on 225, good day to you. And welcome.
Today 01, wind 190 degrees, 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
14, clear to land, Day 01.
Interesting. Let's check it out.
Papa Romeo Tower, hello, number 2, continue.
Was I indeed?
Correct, thank you, and H is 1015.
Gulfstream or Glex? Gulfstream. Now that was some nice looking Gulfstream private jet there. I wonder whether it is as golden on the inside as on the outside. So, here we have Cathay Pacific with the A350 on its way to Hong Kong. Waiting for departure.
1 contact apron 121.855. Goodbye.
And next is Chair Airlines. An A320, oops, inbound from Pristina. It would be great if I could keep this aircraft centered, actually.
Runway 14, clear to land.
Runway 14, clear to land, Papa.
So, that's the first Chair Airlines which we have today, right? Touchdown, spoilers up, reverse green, diesel, and welcome to Zurich. And now it's takeoff time for Swiss flight 146 to Delhi. Here we go. Oh, what's happening to it over there? United 767. Looks like getting towed to a remote position. This would have been the flight to Washington. Whoa, look at that, that looks cool. Nice. Yep, looking good, climbing out in front of the mountains. Next up, Cathay Pacific, A350-900 today on the way to Hong Kong. That's a bold statement. Chair better than Emirates, Qatar, Singapore. So, takeoff for Cathay Pacific to Hong Kong.
No, Reg!
I guess Reg is the name of the dog of these folks. Okay, very nice departure there. And I think I quickly need to check something in the chat. Before we have the next landings, which will be Sun Express with a Boeing 737. Wow, Iamton hat nochmal 5 Mitgliedschaften verschenkt. Das ist ja sehr großzügig. Vielen herzlichen Dank. Thank you very much for donating the memberships. Iamton 617. That's great. So, let's see whether they have Levin, habt einen schönen Tag noch und danke fürs Einschalten. And I welcome newly to the ZASF Geek 1 CAG, Kirsten, Dylan, Life Begins at 40 Truck, and Emmeline 1122. Welcome to the ZASF Geeks, and again, I'm Don 617. Thank you very much for the donation. And of course, this gives a super horn. Enjoy schönen guten Tag und merci vielmals, freut mich, dass es dir gefällt. A380 inbound at 12:41, that's soon, which is good. And here we have a very long username. Imeno the Imperium 2567. Good day to you as well. Glad that you could join. Over 250 people watching. That's great. Welcome everybody to Zurich Airport. Beautiful day out here. And if you enjoy what you see, make sure to hit the like button and also subscribe if you're new to the channel for weekly aviation content, whether it is videos in 4K or live streams in full high definition. And if you would like to support me additionally like the others, then feel free to join the ZAS F Geeks for additional exclusive content and also early access to regular uploads. We welcome everyone who joins newly, as you could see before. And make sure that you enjoy the stay. All right, back to the action, shall we? For Sun Express, inbound from Antalya. And Sun Express joining the Smooth Landing Club there. Very nice. Yeah, and the sky is getting clear above the mountains as well. Great. I sense some very nice view on the departure rush. Ja, dann bis später, NG Aviation. Merci vielmals fürs Vorbeischauen. And we await the next landings, which are a NetJet Cessna citation, followed by a Swiss A220 from Hamburg, and then Egypt Air with an A320 Neo from Cairo.
Fraction 729 Whiskey, wind 220 degrees 3 knots, runway 14, clear to land. Clear land, runway 14, fraction 729.
Yeah, such a great day today. I really did not expect that. The weather forecast said cloudy, sometimes rain. Maybe I didn't check it carefully enough. But this is a really pleasant surprise indeed. So here we have the NetJet Cessna citation. Need a lot of zoom for this small bird. You can really sense the difference of airspeed here. I have to pan the tripod head way slower compared to other aircraft. Yeah, this one's going maybe at 120 knots compared to the larger ones at, yeah, between 130 and 145-ish. That would be my guess. And again, the beautiful mountain view.
So 731 Charlie, Tower Grid, the citation is mid-runway, wind 200 degrees 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Ramiro is working at Zurich Airport. Great. Or do you work at Zurich Airport or at another airport?
729 Whiskey, contact apron 121.855. Bye-bye. 121.855.
Well, chilling activity to watch the stream on your day off, isn't it? So next, Swiss A220 from Hamburg, then Egypt Air, then Swiss A321, delivered 1995, 30 years old, that's one of the dinosaurs, and then Lufthansa with an A319. Some landings in the next minutes, that's good. Covering up the time until the arrival of the King of the Skies.
Good afternoon, police service runway 14.
Hello, Egypt Air 773, Tower E, number 2, echo for landing clearance. Continue.
Huh, I would have to update the weather as well. The METAR is outdated, like in a very obvious manner.
We check with 731 Charlie.
Final 1 foot, it's 200 degrees, 4 knots.
Touchdown, spoilers up, welcome to Zurich. Very nice landing. Oh, next one is just around the corner. Oh, and the A380 as well. Okay. Yeah, I guess I have to wait with the weather update in that case. And Etihad is following the A380. Okay, interesting times coming up here. And we will make sure, or I'll make sure that the A380 gets some screen time here in this beautiful weather today. I'm just a bit hesitant to use full zoom. I don't know whether this big thing, the fuselage, fits into the frame if I use full zoom like on the others here. Yeah, well, I guess I'll decide spontaneously. Some planes from the past which I miss here, yeah, there are quite a few ones. The Avros of Swiss, for example, Fokker 100 of Helvetic. And here we go with Egypt Air. Very nice livery actually. Welcome to the Smooth Landing Club. New member, Egypt Air. Kann ich auch erklären, ja, wenn ich das METAR update. Other aircraft which I missed, South African with the A340 way earlier when I was a child. The Singapore Airlines 747, also childhood memory apparently. Then Thai with the 747s sometimes.
Swiss 211 Delta, wind 190 degrees, 3 knots, runway 14.
So here we have a Swiss A321, the 30-year-old. Yep.
Yep, looks good.
And the Singapore A380, of course. That's probably the most recent one. And not to forget the Thai A340
Lufthansa
600.
9 Lima Yankee Tower, guten Tag, number 2, can I call you back for landing clearance? You're number 2 on the approach, I call you back for landing clearance.
Roger.
Swiss 211 Delta, contact apron
A380
121.855.
in sight.
11855.
One more landing and then it's the king's turn, folks. And the view on the mountains is getting better and
Lufthansa 9
better.
Lima Yankee, wind wide 0 degrees 3 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Lufthansa Yankee, runway 14, clear to land.
So next Lufthansa with an A319 and then
Tango Yankee.
it's super time. So there you can see it in the background. Joining final for runway 14. But first, Lufti from Munich.
Tower, Midday, Emirates 11 Mike Super, Southeast ILS 147
Emirates 11 Mike Super, Zurich Tower, hello, still number 2 on the approach, I call you for landing clearance. Ready to supposed to leave the runway?
Hotel 2, Emirates 11 Mike.
That check, thank you sir.
Smooth landing for Lufthansa. And you heard it on the ATC, the A380 has checked in, so let's turn around and check it out, shall we? Here it is.
Lufthansa 9 Lima Yankee, contact apron 121.855.
Oh, I remember that as well.
11855.
I was at the airport there. It was bitter cold on that day.
Emirates 11 Mike Super, wind 170
Bitter cold, like it was in the mid of January, I think, 2010. All right. I think I use a little less zoom just to be on the safe side. So, here we go. Enjoy the landing of the King of the Skies. Unfortunately, again, the standard livery, but in this light, we take everything. Oops, here we go. Welcome to the Smooth Landing Club to Emirates, latest member. And that was just absolutely gorgeous. Let's just keep it tracking a bit, vacating the runway via Hotel
Contact Apron
2.
121.855. Good day, bye-bye.
Lucky 67, thank you. I was pleased with the camera work as well. This was quite fine. And the next landing is going to be Etihad with the A321neo LR.
Runway 14, you clear to land.
And just to check, yeah, well, there's still some inbound traffic. When should I do the weather update? Yeah, after AJet, I think. Yep, evening flight will be A380 as well from January on, right? All right, and now I'm going to see the very first Etihad A321neo landing in my plane spotter career. Last time we had it right in front of us on Dock B when they had de-icing and for departure on runway 16. And now we will have it during the landing. Great. Although a Dreamliner would have been nice as well in this lighting, but, well, this livery looks good on any aircraft in my opinion. Here we go.
Zurich Tower, good morning. This is the 99. Full status ILS 146.
Mr. Jet 929, Tower, hello. Just becoming number 1. Continue at caller for landing clearance.
Continue approach, this is the 929.
And the latest membership of the Smooth Landing Club goes to Etihad Airways. So, next landing, VistaJet with a
Etihad 7 Yankee Quebec, contact Apron for taxi 121.855.
Bombardier Global 6000, and then we have AJet with an A320. And I think after that one, we'll have a little break. This gives me then the time to update the weather. Because I think we have Cabo by now.
Wind 180 degrees, 2 knots, runway 14, you're clear to land.
And the view to the mountains gets better and better and better. I love it. I absolutely love it. Good decision to come to this spot today, such that we can enjoy this beautiful view here. I mean, just look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. Over 3 hours into the stream already. Time is flying once again. So, and now it's time for some private jet action. Even though we already had some private jets, however, we did not have a Global Express yet. We had the Gulfstream, now we have the competing model. Here we go.
Anatolia 6 Echo Romeo, hello, continue as number 2.
That's number 2, we are maintaining 1600 flight.
All right, Gulfstream 650 ER or Bombardier Global. Which one did you prefer? I personally would go for the Gulfstream, to be honest. The second reason for the inner engine reverse thrust of the A380, well, let us know. Yep, the first one, that's the one I knew as well. Is there a second one?
Runway 14, you're clear to land.
Runway 14, Antonio 6 Echo Romeo.
Okay, and next is A-Jet from Istanbul with an A320. A-Jet, as you may know, the former Anadolu jet. With its main hub at Istanbul Sabiha Gökçen, the second airport of Istanbul. And I think, like, is it the daughter company of Turkish Airlines? I would almost think so. Okay, let's update the METAR now, because the one we have right now is outdated for sure. Let's see.
Anatolia 6 Echo Romeo for taxi, contact apron 121.855, come on.
1.855, goodbye, Anatolia 6 Echo Romeo.
Okay, we have
Green Club
currently
590 Tower Hello, wind 240 degrees, 3 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
at 11, what's that, 20 Zulu, that's 12:20 local time, and I have double Zulu in here, I just saw. Wind 150 degrees at 5 knots. Varying between 110 degrees and 190 degrees. Oh, there's still some clouds. Few clouds at 750 meters. Here I'm not sure, is it meters or feet? Would have to check on that. Scattered clouds and broken clouds of before are gone. Oh, come on. And temperature, we have 7 degrees and the dew point at 2 degrees. It's all.
Im Flugzeug schauen.
Ja, genau.
Wenn du es voll mal filmen oder fotografieren, wahrscheinlich filmen.
Filmen, genau.
Filmen?
Ja.
Macht Film nicht da lange.
Alright.
Also,
Oder du es ist in der Luft sind.
Genau, ja. Ja, da ist recht.
dass es nicht blendet, brauchst du recht, oder wieso? Ja.
Gleichfalls, danke. Alright, as for the meter, you can now see below you have the letter code of Zurich Airport, then the 29 is the date, today 29th of November, 11:20 Zulu, so 11:20 UTC, so 12:20 local time, the wind 150 degrees, or from 150 degrees at 5 knots, varying between 110 and 190 knots. Few clouds at 750. Here I'm not sure, either feet or meters above ground level. Temperature 7 degrees, dew point 2 degrees, QNH, so air pressure at 1017. And NOSIG is standing for no significant change. So, and we're just in time for some heavy action down there. Edelweiss with an A350 taxiing to runway 16. And this is the flight to Cancun. And that thing looks, it's feet, okay. Few clouds at 750 feet in that case. And that A350 looks gorgeous in this light, isn't
Green
it?
Globe 590 for taxi, contact apron 121.855. Goodbye. Report 121.855, bye-bye.
Wait.
Hello to you, Ivory.
Yeah, 110, 190, that's the direction, not the wind speed, of course. Or did I say knots? Then it was a mistake, of course. That's degrees, of course, not knots. Then I wouldn't be standing here probably. Oh, yeah, well. So they have to wait or hold short because we have, ooh, interesting. We have a GP Aviation Boeing 737-400 on final. That's nice. Yeah, 190 knots of winds. Yeah, how about that? Then you wouldn't see a single aircraft flying here, but maybe other stuff flying around. Sind 7500 Fuß über Grund, okay. Habe ich heute auch wieder was gelernt. Ich dachte immer, das sind Hunderter. Aber okay. Man lernt ja nie aus, ne? All right, classic Boeing 737 coming up from Pristina. Here we go. Always a very welcomed guest here. Very nice landing and welcome to Zurich. And well, this is going to be our next focus point, so to speak. Dann Finn ist mit dem A350 geflogen, der Edelweiß kürzlich. Sehr schön. Ich hoffe, er hat einen guten Flug.
600, contact Apron 121.855.
Ich hatte noch nicht die Ehre.
121.855.
And Michael, yes, the Silkway 747. I unfortunately didn't have the time to get that one. But that was a very good one indeed. Welcome to you to the live chat as well. Great to see you again. And also Björn is again joining the show here. Welcome. And great to see you again. No inbound traffic at the moment, so let's see whether they can release the brakes right away. Starting with the A350, yeah. That's a good start, I guess. I should also show you some runway 28 climb outs afterwards. Yeah, no more words needed on that, I think. Absolutely gorgeous. Now this A350 climbed out in front of the mountains, and I think they are going to do the full 270 degrees turn here. Departing to Cancun, to the west. Yes, they do. Now coming back right over the field and then on their way to Mexico. Okie doke. Looks like the next heavy is already about to join the party here. You can see it there, taxiing on taxiway Echo, a Swiss A330. Going to Montreal. However, I promised you some views on the runway 28 climb outs. Like this one here. If they would rotate a bit earlier, would be good. Just that they climb in front of this larger mountain here. This would look pretty cool. So, and here we have the A330 going to Montreal. Ah, danke für die Info, Thirsty Bear. Dann verstehe ich das jetzt auch richtig mit der Meta-Angabe. And the lighting on this A330 here is just gorgeous. Yeah, if there was a good spot a bit closer to the runway, this would be perfect. Frankfurt Nebel, ja. Hatten wir auch heute Morgen, oder zumindest Bewölkung. Und Nebel hatten wir vor allem letzte Woche. Nee, vor 2 Wochen war das. So they are not lining up directly, are they? Nope, they have to wait because why? No, they will line up, I think. Yeah, they do. Maybe even a direct departure without any waiting time on the runway. They take some time there, slow lineup. Although, if you want to line up precisely, I think you can, or I guess you cannot taxi too quickly anyways. Yeah, this is like now the normal taxi speed I would see during lineup. Flies which are flying around here, they are a bit annoying, but I hope they do not become visible on the video afterwards, because there are quite a few of them. They like my camera a lot, I don't know why. Den Swiss A350 heute Abend, nee, das wird nicht reichen, das ist zu spät. Und vor allem auch zu dunkel. Die Sprenkler, that's a good observation there. Like the water spraying there, which you can see sometimes close to the runway in the grass. This is the recycling of the de-icing fluid. They filter that and the water is then back released into the water cycle. Was ich sicher filme, ist die Emirates A380 beim Start später. Die Etihad sollte sich auch noch ausgehen und vielleicht auch die Qatar. Hoffentlich gehen die dann auf die 16. Das ist noch eine Voraussetzung, aber sollte reichen. So, looks like the runway 28 departures have priority here. There is no inbound traffic, so there another one sitting on 28? Yes, there is. Here we go. Takeoff for Swiss flight to Montreal in Canada. Rotate and off we go, and now let's see how this one climbs out in front of the mountains. Look at that, beautiful. Well, Montreal, that's another candidate for a full 270 degrees turn. Let's see whether it is like that, although it should be actually. Unless the North Atlantic tracks are very far north today, then they maybe do the eastbound departure and then turn to the north, but usually this one turns around. Yes, they do. This turn is great actually when you are passenger and sitting on the left-hand side. Get to view the entire airport during departure. Then you have it in sight during the entire turn, especially during weather like that, and then you come around and get to see the mountains. Just beautiful. So, turning around the rubber band here. And here they are back over the field, and then they will proceed to the west towards France and then the UK most likely, Ireland, and then over across the pond to Canada. Have a pleasant flight to Canada. And we keep enjoying these beautiful views here as we are waiting for the next heavies, and they are coming. They are coming one after the other. We have 2 Swiss 777s pushed back, 1 to Tokyo and 1 to Miami, which is good news. Und Yves, schönen guten Tag, schön, dass du wieder mal mit dabei bist. Oder wieder mit dabei bist, du bist ja regelmäßig dabei eigentlich. Dann Diana ist auch mit dabei, schönen guten Tag. Yeah, and the view to the Alps is getting better and better. That's really good. Let's see. All right, coming up, the early afternoon departure rush of the heavies. In the meantime, we have on final Turkish Airlines with an A321neo, followed by EasyJet with an A319 from Palma de Mallorca. And also not too far away is Qatar Airways with the A350. Somebody saw 777. I see it as well. Let's zoom in, shall we? Here it is. That's the one to Miami. Stimmt, ja. Machst eine Pilotenausbildung, Yves, gell? Ja. Danke schon, dass ich dann noch mit dabei bin. Macht mir sehr viel Spaß, das Streamen, Spotten sowieso. Also. Und Alex, ja, absolut perfektes Wetter heute. Ein bisschen überraschend. Ich habe gemeint, es ist heute bewölkt, aber lieber so als umgekehrt. All right, we come back to this 777 afterwards because we have the Turkish Airlines now on short final. Yves, gibst du auch Bescheid, wenn du den ersten Flug hast? Das wollen wir natürlich nicht verpassen. See whether Turkish Airlines joins the Smooth Landing Club. Yeah, fair enough. Not as butter smooth as the others maybe, but still very good. So, and here, back to the 777. Ah, fährst du im April dann an, okay. Mit der Ausbildung. Ja, alles Gute, gell? Sicher eine coole Zeit, aber auch relativ anstrengende Zeit, habe ich gehört.
Turkish 30 Romeo, contact apron 121.855. Goodbye. 11855, goodbye, Turkish 30 Romeo.
Yes, it's 777 time, absolutely. But it's also EasyJet time, inbound from Palma de Mallorca. Airbus A319. Well, and I think EasyJet just joined the Smooth Landing Club. So, and here we have the first 777 departing 777 of the day. Ja, in der Schweiz dürfen wir Funk abhören tatsächlich. Wow, and the heavies are coming one after the other. Also pushed back Swiss Flight 72, an A330 to Washington, and Air Canada is also on the screen. And I should keep the airplanes on the screen here. This would be better. 2 777s in one screen here. That's very nice. So, just in case they release it directly. Is there ground traffic? No, there's not. I could actually switch to the other tower frequency, then we would hear what's going on. Wait a second. Hoping that they don't clear him now. So, other tower frequency is on.
Hello, Alpine 67 Tango, holding a Juliet, runway 28.
Alpine 67 Charlie Tango Tower, hold short, runway 28.
Holding short, runway 28, Alpine 67 Charlie Tango.
It's Swiss Flight 64, if I'm not mistaken. So we're here for, are we looking for this call sign now? Das stimmt, ATC gehört zum Spotter-Stream dazu.
64 Echo, wind calm, runway 16, clear for takeoff.
Here we go.
Clear takeoff, runway 1664 Echo.
Alpine 67 Charlie Tango, taxi Zurich, cross runway 28, contact apron 12175, bye-bye.
Good cross runway 28 and 11755, Alpine 67 Charlie Tango.
Swiss 8 Lima Zulu, contact departure, bye-bye.
Departure Swiss 8 Lima Zulu.
The 242 target, behind Boeing 777, line up and wait, runway 16.
Good, down behind Boeing 777, line up and wait, runway 16.
The 64 Echo, contact departure, dear.
Dynamic Dock 64 Echo, ciao.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Swiss 160, wind 190 degrees, 2 knots,
So,
runway
160, that's the one to Tokyo.
160.
Swiss 8 Echo X-ray, tower low, view departures planned, time 32.
Then about the down, so topic to Echo X-ray.
There are 2 A330s coming up. One is Swiss Flight 242. That's the one to Dubai, if I'm not mistaken. Today on runway 16. And the other one I didn't hear. I'll check that right afterwards. Jairo, good day to you. Glad that you could join today in this Saturday plane spotting show here at Zurich Airport.
departure, dear.
Swiss 160.
I said, I leave my line upon me to it.
Line upon me to it, I said.
All right, no time to rest. Next one is already lining up. Navy Jack is also here. Guten Tag und Grüße auf Zürich.
The 242 wind 1 is service 3 knots, runway 16 clear for
the other A330 is going to Washington. This is the one to Dubai, just received takeoff clearance. So we just keep enjoying the views, which really become better and better.
The Takeoffs were behind the Boeing 737, line up and wait, runway 28.
Yeah, the Boeing 737 line up on my 28 is right behind.
And I actually cannot wait for the Swiss A340 to Shanghai. With the flat climb out, they will turn to the left just above the mountains there. Oh, this will be probably the shot of the day, I guess. Hermann, ich habe einen Camcorder, der hat kein Objektiv und ich habe auch keine Stabilisierung an hier. Das ist alles dank meiner Filmtechnik hier mit den Gummibändern am Stativ.
Swiss 242, connect departure, audible. This is 42.
Banking to the left. That's what they do here after takeoff. Zoom out a little and look at
Descend to
that.
tower, hello, your departure in approximately 10 minutes.
The A340 would just be just above the mountains there. That's why I'm looking forward to it so much. Okay, here's the one to Washington. Over 250 people here, great. And we have Air Canada going to runway 16 today, that's great as well.
3 knots, runway 2 clear for takeoff. Clear takeoff,
Navy Jack, the sprinklers are actually recycled de-icing fluid. They filter it and then release it back into the environment.
This is 53 tracks right, tower good dog behind the C series, hand land up runway 28. Dog behind the C series, landing up and wait, runway 28.
Well, they don't filter it through the grass, obviously. They filter it previously and then basically just the water is released. Because putting all those chemicals into the environment, that wouldn't be very good, of course. So, do we have landings? Yes, KLM, Embraer, 195 V2 coming up, and then Qatar Airways with the A350.
Okay, we take a 10-minute delay there for Canada 881, thank you.
Thai Airways has also pushed back. Jo, ich habe schon was getrunken, keine Sorge. Den Tee habe ich umsonst gekocht. Ist viel zu warm. Dass ich jetzt Lust auf einen heißen Tee hätte. Aber ich war immerhin vorbereitet. So, runway 28 departures have priority and we have upcoming inbound traffic. So I guess. Yeah, let's do some climb outs on runway 28, shall we? I mean, the A330 there looks nice as well, but here we have Air Canada coming up. Dreamliner, we've seen. No, we did not see it landing. It just landed before I started the stream. There's the A380 at parking position Echo 67. Scheduled departure in a bit more than an hour. And here we have departure on runway 28.
Swiss 8 Echo X-ray, connect departure audio. Departure, channel 8 Echo X-ray. Don't California. Swiss 533 X-ray, wind 180 degrees, 2 knots, runway 2 clear for takeoff.
Oh, this one could be a good one. The next one is an A220 to Geneva. If this one rotates early, then they might climb out in front of the large mountain there. Let's check that out. Hopefully, this would be a great view. There's Thai Airways coming up.
Swiss 72, departure approximately 4 minutes. We have Echo 2, line up and wait runway 16.
Echo 2, line up and wait runway 16, Swiss 72.
And the A330, which we've just seen, line up on runway 16. I guess they will depart right after Qatar Airways has landed.
Via Echo 2, line up behind for Canada 881.
Yeah, and now climb up, come on. Faster? Ah, no, not fast enough. Pity. Wasn't rocketing out as I hoped for. Well, you can't have it.
533 X-ray, contact departure, all the departure, 533 X-ray.
There's the A330 to Washington, now lining up. Followed by Air Canada, and on final we have KLM with an Embraer 195E2. Followed by Qatar Airways with the A350.
Tiger 630, wind 180 degrees, 3 knots, runway 2 clear for takeoff.
Runway 2 clear for takeoff, Tiger 630.
And I see the A340 of Swiss to Shanghai as well. I'm looking forward to that.
971 tower, good afternoon. Audio ready for departure, approximately 6 minutes.
Good afternoon, 971.
971, roger, I know my plan on that. Taxi to Echo 2.
229,
Okay. KLM coming up. I think we didn't have KLM yet today, didn't we? Other spotter there. And let's see whether they join the smooth landing club of today. Many members already. Yeah, I guess that's sufficient. Okay, are you ready for the next heavy landing? Qatar Airways with the A350.
Mr. Jet 449, hello, line up and wait runway 28.
Mountain view just gets clearer and clearer. This would be very good in the afternoon then. Really thinking to extend this stream as far as possible, because the afternoon will be absolutely insane in that regard. In the late afternoon sun. 504 Walls have to stand right in my way. Okay.
It's a Jet 549, you're planned in behind a couple of planes out of the crossing runway, so about 8 minutes to go for your departure. This 5 Alpha Mike with a dog will depart approximately 10 minutes.
Here we go, Qatar Airways.
This 1 Bravo Alpha, allow your departure approximately 11 minutes. Advice on the deck, go geschützt, Flügel, Contact Departure, tschüss zusammen.
Departures in the dark, will keep his bald advice, turn on deck.
Swiss 72, wind 210 degrees, 2 knots, runway 16, clear for takeoff.
Runway 16, clear for takeoff, Swiss 72.
All right, no time to rest at all. Moving over to runway 16, where we have the Swiss A330 to Washington, departing. Swiss A340 to Shanghai in the background.
902 on holding short, Juliet only 2. Kill 192 good afternoon, taxiway Juliet, cross runway 28 on connect apron 121 decimal 755 to Tins.
It's Juliet, cross 28, by Juliet, and apron 121 755 191.
Swiss 72, connect departure, tschüss zusammen.
Good, Starkly Messi, Swiss 72.
House, dankeschön.
Just beautiful. Next is Air Canada to Toronto.
Air Canada 881, wind 190 degrees, 2 knots, runway 16, clear for takeoff.
Runway 16, clear takeoff, Air Canada 881.
Well, off we go to Canada. Another 777 coming up there.
The 35 Golf, down a good Stagley, your departure approximately 10 minutes.
Put it down, got the copy, 35 Golf.
Air Canada 881, connect departure, have a good day.
Going to departure, Air Canada 881.
And now a low turn, please. Yeah. Oh, they keep the gear out. Okay, this can have various reasons.
971, wind 200 degrees, 3 knots,
Brake
runway
cooling
16,
or
clear for
whatever is a
takeoff.
typical one. This happens from time to time. And certainly will have a reason. Next, Thai Airways to Bangkok. very nice. And I quickly go over. Air Canada is over the field now. Wait, where is it? Where is it? Here it is. And the gear is still extended. I think now they have just retracted it. Okay. When it came around, then they had the gear still out, but now they retracted it. Okay, here we go. Off to Canada. Have a nice flight.
Swiss 188 Tower, good approval. Still about 10 minutes to go for your departure. You'll be number 3.
Quickly just get a standing shot of this beautiful view here with the airplanes on the taxiway, because this is a good one for a new channel banner.
Behind the departing Challenger, line up runway 28.
Behind the departing Challenger, line up runway 28.
This, for example.
Research at 449, main 200 degrees, 2 knots, runway 28, clear for takeoff.
Runway 28, 449.
Swiss 1 Bravo Alpha, behind the trick 20 ahead, line up runway 28.
Ja, Google KI dürfte da noch die Sommerzeit drin haben. Im Winter ist die Abflugzeit des A380 tatsächlich um 14:35 Uhr. So, multiple heavies coming up here, that's good. And we also have landing traffic. Actually, let's check that out. 777 and A340 right behind each other.
Research at 449, connect departure 125.955, ciao.
125.955, schön, okay, auf Research at 449.
Swiss 5 Alpha Mike, wind is calm, runway 28 clear for takeoff.
Runway 28 clear for takeoff, Swiss 5 Alpha Mike.
So many new people here today, great. Kevin from the US, if I've seen this correctly, welcome. And enjoy your time here in Switzerland. Alex is here, welcome to you as well. Hanky, Navy Jack, Sarah oder Zara, schönen guten Tag. Cornelia ist auch wieder mit dabei. DG as well. DI7IG. Yes, I am by myself apparently. And well, I have a strategy such that I survive these 6 or 7 hours without toilet break. At least so far. Martin, schönen guten Tag, willkommen im Livestream und Thai gerade vorbeigeflogen bei dir. So we have inbound traffic, Top Air Portugal with an A321neo, but there is another aircraft coming in, looks like a private jet. So let's see whether this is a nice one like the ones earlier today. Private jets can be very nice. Especially if they have some color on them. Yeah, this could be a good one. People standing there. Try to avoid showing faces here, but if they stand right there, then it's difficult. That's a Gulfstream.
Swiss 8 Tango, taxi to Echo 2. Echo 2, Swiss 8 Tango. Ciao, voilà. Lufthansa 7 Charlie Lima, guten Tag, beyond the Airbus 321 ahead, line up runway 28. Lufthansa 7 Charlie Lima, departing 321, first line up runway 28 behind. Hello.
Okay, good one.
Swiss on Bravo.
Wenn die Batterien halten, dann würde ich die Etihad und die Qatar auch noch mitnehmen, so wie letzte Woche.
Danke ebenso. Delta 53
Sollte
Tower, good
aber drin
afternoon. You
liegen
depart
eigentlich.
in roughly 12 minutes.
So then next we have Top Air Portugal with an A321 Neo. Inbound from Lisbon, and I have to take this tree now as a visual reference on how far I can pan over.
3 knots, runway 28, clear for takeoff.
Runway 28, clear for takeoff, Whiskey Lima.
Swiss A Tango behind the 777 line up runway 16.
Behind 777 line up runway 16 with 8 Tango.
Fraction 5 and 3 Bravo, taxiway Juliet, cross runway 28 and connect apron 121.755, bye bye.
Oh, takeoff for the 777, okay. Right? No. Just one of those heavies over there. Increase the power a bit to move forward, I guess.
Lufthansa 7 Charlie Lima, wind 190 degrees 3 knots, runway 28, clear for takeoff.
The I-7IG, well, looking forward to meet you in that case. So there are more heavies coming up. Delta 767, if I'm not mistaken. Voilà. And on final we have a Dash 8 Q400 of Croatia Airlines.
2.5 minutes. Roger, thank you. Swiss 188, we have the 330 on the left, line up behind, runway 16, departure in 4 minutes.
Germany 330, lab runway 16, wait behind, 188.
Lufthansa 7 Charlie Lima, connect departure, wiederhören.
Wiederhören, die Lufthansa 7 Charlie Lima.
Swiss 35 Golf, wind 200 degrees 3 knots, runway 16, clear for takeoff.
Runway 16. I don't need nappies, guys. No worries. What flight number is this? I didn't check.
Good afternoon, Portugal 930 Romeo Juliet.
Portugal 930 Romeo Tower, hello.
Bin ich auf Arbeit hier.
Runway 28, when crossing, connect apron 121.755.
Das ist Freizeit und Spaß.
South Juliet, runway 210, 121.755, thank you.
Alright, off we go.
Swiss 35 Golf, connect departure, Orbit 7.
Roger, Orbit 35 Golf.
Alright, let's quickly get an overview. This was Swiss Flight 38 to San Francisco. The one on the runway is Swiss Flight 8 to Chicago. A340 is next to Shanghai. And then the Delta 767 to JFK.
Swiss 8 Tango, wind 190 degrees 2 knots, runway 16, clear for takeoff.
Runway 16, clear for takeoff, Swiss 8 Tango.
we go, takeoff for the Swiss flight to Chicago. And after that the A340, and this is going to be nice, folks, I can tell you.
Spirit 6, Russia 76 Hotel Tower, Juliet, cross runway 28, connect apron 121.755
Oh, I can promise you what to say.
Speedbird 3 Zulu Lima Tower, good afternoon, new departure in approximately 3 minutes, line up and wait runway 28.
Runway 28, Roger, Speedbird 3 Zulu Lima.
Swiss 188, wind 190 degrees 2 knots, runway 16, clear for takeoff.
6 good takeoff, Swiss 188.
Okay. They don't wait, don't want to waste any time. And now I just let the picture speak.
Swiss A Tango, Royal Constitutionsflügel, Ivan contact departure Tübingen.
Vielen Dank, goede dag, departure Swiss A Tango.
Merci. Delta 53, another about 4 minutes ago for your departure via Echo 2, line up and wait runway 16.
Echo 2, line up and wait, Delta 53.
Swiss 40, good stackable, departure in approximately 6 minutes, taxi Echo 2.
Echo 2, schöne Grüße, Nachmittag. Did you want Delta 53 to line up and wait on runway 16?
That is affirmative, Delta 53, line up and wait runway 16.
Line up and wait 16, Delta 53.
Iberia 06 Charlie Hotel Zurich Tower, wind 170 degrees 6 knots, runway 14, clear to land. Of course, nice headwind, 170 degrees 6 knots.
Thank you, sir.
And you may vacate second exit Hotel 2, there is no traffic behind. Iberia 06 Charlie Hotel, you may use second exit Hotel 2, there is no traffic behind. Swiss 188, connect departure, schönen Tag.
Swiss 188.
Well, it ain't get better than that, if you ask me. Oops, here we go.
Speedbird 3 Zulu Lima, wind 150 degrees 2 knots, runway 2 clear for takeoff.
So, what do we have next? Iberia from Madrid. That's a landing, of course. Oh, Paddy, warst du da? Hab dich nicht gesehen. Bin aber wie immer für einen kurzen Schwatz zu haben, also von daher einfach rüberkommen nächstes Mal. So, Iberia still a bit further out, but should be in the screen in a few seconds. And then we have more heavy departures.
Speedbird 3 Zulu Lima, connect departure, good afternoon.
Departure, goodbye, Speedbird 3 Zulu Lima.
The second Iberia today, I think.
All expect no delay, taxi Echo 2.
Taxi Dexter, hello. Going ahead.
Delta 5-3, wind 150 degrees 2 knots, runway 16, clear for takeoff.
Nice landing.
16 clear for takeoff, Delta 53.
Swiss 40, line up, runway 16.
Line up, runway 16.
And Delta has takeoff clearance already.
Swiss 14 Victor, beyond the 777 ahead, line up, runway 16.
777 ahead, lining up, runway 16 behind, Swiss 14 Victor.
Off to New York, JFK.
Iberia 06 Charlie Hotel, connect apron 121.855.
121.855, right there, thank you.
Delta 53, connect departure, have a great day.
Departure, Delta 53.
So next another 777, I guess, to LAX, could that be? Yes, Space Flight 40 and then another A330 to JFK.
Swiss 40, wind 130 degrees 2 knots, runway 16, clear for takeoff.
Runway 16, clear for takeoff. 40.
And actually I'm missing one more heavy, the Edelweiss A340. I think there was one scheduled for this departure rush, probably the one that was delayed on the arrival.
Vira 06 Charlie Hotel, tower on Juliet, cross runway 28 and connect apron 121.755. Adios, buenos dias.
On unit, I will cross runway 28 and then apron 121.755. Buenos dias, gracias.
Okay, off to California there. Have a nice ride, and the next one goes to New York, JFK.
Sonic Fresh
This is
75
flight
uniform, tower Merhaba, unit
A330.
sequence traffic out of the crossing runway.
Current tower frequency is 118.1 actually.
Roger, thanks, Chris. 75 uniform.
Delta right above us after the long turn after liftoff.
Swiss 14 Victor, wing calm, runway 16, clear for takeoff.
Runway 16, clear for takeoff, Swiss 14 Victor.
Hello to you, Green Club, 86 Bravo, Roger. Will be a couple of minutes delay, I'll call you back. Express 75 uniform, line up and wait runway 28.
Line up and wait runway 28, Sun Express 75 uniform.
We'll just keep tracking that one for the full 270 degrees left turn.
Swiss 1 for Victor, connect departure, twist tower.
Roger, and a dog is on the
Danke, never so.
Actually, just zoom out a little there. The mountains are still in the view. Although now it's a bit too high. Okay, zooming in again. Here we go. Yeah. Here I wish now I had more zoom on the camera. Upsala.
Buongiorno, Dolomiti 1 Romeo Lima, Zurich Tower, wind 180 degrees 3 knots, runway 14, clear to land. Exit Hotel 2 is available to vacate, there is no traffic behind.
Okay, and here it comes back around over the field and then departing to the west. Have a good flight to New York JFK. Okay, now the mountain views just can't get much better than that actually. Well, during the afternoon due to the lighting maybe, but right now that's really top notch.
75 uniform, wind 090 degrees 3 knots, runway 2 clear for takeoff.
Okay, we have inbound traffic, an Embraer 190 of Air Dolomiti. That's also one we haven't had yet.
Green Club 86 Bravo, line up and wait runway 28.
Let's see whether they join the smooth landing club of today. Oops. Oh yes, they do absolutely and definitely What a bother
Stanley
smooth
Crescent,
landing that
uniform
was.
connect departure, alles Matematik, Iguner.
Contact departure, Iguner, Sun Express, 0584.
Well, yeah, 2:06 p.m. Like half an hour to go until the scheduled departure of the A380. However, I see some other stuff. My Friday, the 767, you can see it taxiing behind the A380 to runway 28. So let's take a look at that one. And the Edelweiss A340 to Punta Cana has been pushed back. Then Egypt there to Cairo, runway 28 today. Ja, das war der Frachter, die MyFrider 767. Haben wir landen gesehen heute Mittag. War nicht so ein langer Aufenthalt tatsächlich.
Egypt Air 774 Tower, Salam Alaikum, your departure approximately 5 minutes.
Salam, copy Egypt Air 774. We are on Bravo to hold short Bravo to runway 28.
Correct, you may taxi to Bravo 1, Egypt Air 774.
To hold short Bravo 1, Egypt Air 774, thank you.
This controller is cool. Like greets and
That is correct, VideoMic 929.
advise the pilots in their respective language. In most of those cases, at least. I see him talking Italian, French, now Egypt or Arabic, whatever. Recognize him every time when he's on frequency. All right. Soon 5 hours into this stream.
Will be in approximately, let's say 6 or 7 minutes.
So, what does the latest meter say? Yeah. Let's update that quickly.
Green Club 86 Bravo.
Main 86 Bravo.
Yeah, contact departure, bye-bye.
Contact departure 86 Bravo, bye.
There's not much that has changed, but well, 12:50 Zulu, it's at least half an hour, 1.5 hours. Oops, 12:50, we have variable winds or varying winds. At 2 knots only. I think during the clearances we have heard wind calm quite a few times, so that makes sense. The wind variation has been removed. Few at 7,500 feet. Temperature 8 instead of 7. Really feels warm today, kind of. And QNH 1014, dropping a bit actually.
Egypt Air 774, line up runway 28.
From 1017 to 1014. And the rest remains.
Fraction 259 November, beyond the Egypt Air opposite, line up behind runway 28.
Behind the Egypt Air opposite.
Okay, Edelweiss A340 taxiing to runway 6 as we speak. But I also want to show you the MyFrider 767 departure. Yeah, we'll see the A340 taxiing through the screen actually. So I can just keep the camera in this position. Should enter the screen on the right hand side and just cross it through.
Taxi to Echo 2.
Yes, taxi to Echo 2, Airbus A340.
Egypt Air 774, wind 130 degrees 2
There it
knots, runway
comes.
28 for takeoff.
For takeoff, runway 28, Egypt Air 774.
Do we have landing traffic coming up? Yes, Austrian Airlines with an A320. Well, and Bulgaria Air with an Embraer 190 flying for Air Serbia. And in about half an hour we have another 777 landing from Los Angeles. Almost 40 minutes early, coming in from California. Mr. Big 808901, good day to you und schön, dass du mit dabei bist, gerade um die Ecke quasi. Sehr cool. So,
Egypt Air 774, connect departure, Masalama.
Forty Masalama, Egypt Air 774.
here we have the
Edelweiss 3 for November.
Edelweiss A340 to Punta Cana.
Echo 2, line up weight, runway 16, Airbus 3 for November.
Whitebird 7456 Tower, good afternoon. I call you back shortly for your departure.
Good afternoon, weather 456.
Okay. My freighter is sequenced behind the Edelweiss as it looks, so we can just keep tracking the A340.
Fraction 259 November, wind is calm, runway 28 clear for takeoff. Anatolia 1 Foxtrot Yankee, could you be ready for departure in 1 minute?
Sorry, did you call us Airbus A350 for November?
No, Anatolia 1 Fox Yankee. Are you fully ready for departure in 1 minute? You said you're not ready? Austrian 13 Alpha, hello, wind 130 degrees 2 knots, runway 14, clear to land, hotel 2 available to vacate.
14, clear to land, hotel 2 or 3, 1 Alpha. Anatolia 1 Fox Yankee, we are ready for departure, sir.
Roger, expedite and line up runway 28, no delay.
No delay, Anatolia 1 Fox Yankee, thank you, sir.
Austrian landing first.
Fraction 259 November, contact departure, bye-bye.
5955, good day, Fraction 259 November.
Whitebird 7456, behind the Airbus
It's
320
a little bit further out. Then I think it will be Edelweiss turn. This will be another very nice view onto the mountains, I guess.
Anatolia 1 Foxtrot Yankee, wing calm, runway 28 clear for takeoff.
Okay, for takeoff, runway 28, Anatolia 1 Fox Yankee, thank you, sir.
And I have no people to my left. That's great. That means I can show you more of the approach. So, Servus Austrian Airlines from Vienna.
Whitebird 7456, your departure will be in approximately 4 minutes. We have to get out traffic on the crossing runway before.
Light traffic, wait, weather, that's okay.
I just saw that I picked the wrong rubber band on my tripod lever, but okay.
Edelweiss 3 for November, wind is calm, runway 16 clear for takeoff.
Edelweiss 3 for November,
Down, spoilers up. Sorry, Austrian, but we have to move over to the A340.
Anatolia 1 Foxtrot Yankee, contact departure 125.955.
Let's enjoy that one.
Anatolia
5.95, Eagle, Anatolia 1 Foxtrot Yankee.
13 Alpha, connect apron 121.855.
1.855, what's the not there?
Let's see how slow they climb out. Similar maybe to the Swiss A340. Yeah. Now a bit quicker, I think. And look at that, beautiful.
Bravo, schönen Flug, connect departure, tschüss zusammen.
Danke, schönen Tag noch, Departure Airbus 3 November.
And since it is a westbound departure, I think they will turn all the way around as well. Yes, they do.
Survey 8 on Zulu Tower, good afternoon, wind calm, runway 14, clear to land. Whitebird 7456, you're taking traffic is just now overhead the field, westbound, slowly climbing.
Copy, sir, 456.
Slowly climbing, yeah. Guess which aircraft type it is. Well, enjoy the ride to the Caribbean. That was a very nice departure. And this view, I can't get enough of it. I mean, oh, landing traffic. Multiple aircraft on fire. Firstly, Bulgaria Air, which I've already mentioned, from Belgrade. Then we have Edelweiss from Agadir. And Swiss from Palma. Well, in that case, no time to rest here.
Alpine 69 Tango November Tower, good afternoon, line up and wait runway 28.
Line up and wait runway 28, Alpine 69 Tango November.
Tower, request to target advice 1175 75.
On Edelweiss 1 Mike Tower, continue approach, hotel 2 available.
Continue approach, hotel 2 available, it's 175.
Whitebird 7456, connect departure.
See whether they join the smooth landing club of today.
Happy to the 456.
Looking good, looking very good, yeah. Absolutely, new member. Great. So, Next is Edelweiss. They already are part of the club. And dang it, now I missed my Friday. Great.
Survey 81 Zulu, keep it rolling, second right, hotel 2.
Well, that's the risk when you have intersecting departures. But well, my Friday landing was earlier, I think between 12 and 12:30 local time. If you want to check it out.
Sorry, 14, clear to land, Airbus 117 Mike.
Survey 81 Zulu, connect
Be ready for the next Edelweiss, an A320 in the new livery.
811, 855,
And the cockpit mask, the black one.
With a dog rolls, history Fox Echo Tower, continue approach, hotel 2 available.
And the lighting is just top notch right now. Absolutely perfect, I'd say.
Alpine 69 Tango November, wing calm, runway 2 clear for takeoff.
That's another kiss landing there. Welcome to Zurich. 31% of battery remaining on my streaming device. I think I will fully utilize this today in these conditions. That's something you have to use out. Or make use of it, that's for sure. Yeah, next is the Swiss A320 from Palma. In Starline's livery, apparently. We didn't have this one today.
6 November, hello, continue approach number 2. Illinois 107 Mike, apron 11855.
1855, Illinois 107 Mike.
Here it is.
Alpine 69 Tango November, contact departure, bye-bye.
Departure, bye, Alpine. 69 bye. Tower with the Namita Hotel Bravo Terra Boston Terra approaching Holden and 3200 feet. Request India crossing Terra Whiskey 150.
Bravo Sierra Fox Sierra, hello, the CTR crossing. Sierra Whiskey 1 Whiskey is approved, maximum 3,500 feet. QNH 1014.
Sierra Whiskey 1 Whiskey approved, QNH 1014, will call the Fox. Device 107 Mike for Juliet, hold it short rate.
How smooth do you want to land? Swiss? Ja, bestes Flugwetter, absolut. Wenn ich eine PPL hätte, würde ich jetzt schon in der Luft sein wahrscheinlich. Das ist echt gewaltig.
796 November after landing, vacate at the far end, exit Hotel 3, no traffic behind, no need to hurry.
Exit. Embraer Venom 300. Okay. Yeah, let's take this Venom with us, and then what time is it? 2:25. Okay. Departure of the A380 getting closer. Voila, here we go. Yeah, slightly smaller than the A380, of course, but there are times of the day when you just have to take whatever comes up. Oops.
3 Fox Echo, Juliet,
The 3 Fox Echo, Juliet, cross runway 2, connect apron 11755, Idolosa.
Juliet, crossing runway 2, 11755.
Camera work is not really working here. All right. see how the A380 is doing there. Yeah, that's now a point where I wished I had more zoom, but well. Hazel, good day to you, great to see you, and welcome to the live stream. So, more landing traffic is coming up in about 10 minutes or so. And the 777 from LAX in about 20 minutes, although I think this could be quicker if they vector them in directly for the final approach.
November, connect apron 121.855.
Let's give the A380 some screen time here in the meantime. Flight radar, what do they say in terms of departure? Yeah, classic 1447. We'll see. We'll see. Often it turns out that they are on time nevertheless. The good thing is from here we have a good view onto the boarding bridges, so as soon as they are detached it usually goes quite fast. Or like removed from the aircraft. Yeah. And then we see pretty much the entire departure. Pushback, taxi and takeoff.
Hotel Fox Sierra at Sierra 3000 feet.
Hotel Fox Sierra, roger. Fraction 796 November, taxiway Juliet, cross runway 28, connect apron 121.755, bye-bye.
Cross runway 28,
We have some landings coming up to cover up the time for the A380 departure, so that's
cross
perfect.
runway 28, my mistake.
I think 777, this could be, yeah, it says now 19 minutes on flight radar, but for a direct vectoring it could be, yeah, 10 minutes maybe a bit more. Sometimes I'm wondering how they calculate the times. Next landings, A220 from London Heathrow, followed by an Embraer 195-E2 of Helvetic from London City. 2 London flights right in sequence. Ja, servus.
Hi.
Dich habe ich ja schon seit einer Ewigkeit nicht mehr gesehen.
Ja, du weißt ja, wie es bei mir ist.
Ja.
Off immer mit Spotting.
Du bist bei der Helvetic jetzt, gell?
Ja, genau.
Ja. Menschenskinder.
Ich bin wegen der Euravia hier.
Ah ja, genau, die kommt noch. Ist die pünktlich? Hab's gar nicht gesehen.
Nee, die wäre schon längst hier. Die kommt in einer Stunde 20 ungefähr.
Stunde 2, okay. Ich hoffe, die Batterien halten bis dann. Ja gut.
Das ist ja kurz vor Sonnenuntergang, also.
Mhm. Ja, das Licht ist gewaltig heute. Also,
Ja, ist richtig gut, aber später, wenn sie kommt, wird es wirklich golden sein.
golden hour plane spotting. How about that? So, Ethiopian Airlines crossing the screen there on its way to the parking position at Dock E. Although they have plenty of time remaining. Ja, genau. Ja, weiter weg ist besser tatsächlich.
Ja, seid ihr aber
Stopp. Wobei ich kann dann eh nur bis zu diesem Baum, weißt du? Weil dann bist du sowieso im Weg. Ist aber allgemein so an diesem Spot. Nee, nee, alles gut.
Ich bin ja nicht wie die Fotospotter.
Hm?
Ich bin ja nicht wie die Fotospotter.
So, good old friend is joining here. At the scene, another video spotter, Swiss Aviation. You might want to check out his YouTube channel actually. I just do some advertisement. Has some great stuff on his channel, especially music videos. You might want to check that out. It's really worth it. So I see the Emirates A380 appearing on flight radar. That's a good sign. Don't see the boarding bridge though. Yeah, still attached, I'd say. NG Aviation, welcome back, just in time.
5 knots on the 14, clear to land.
Alright, then we have the 2 London flights coming in, followed by the 777 from LAX. I just wonder where the one from San Francisco is a bit further out. Okay. Wait, it's already pushing back the A380, right? Yes, it is. Okay.
Natürlich, ja, genieß es. Können wir nachher noch weiter? Hey, hier oben, ich gehe Raclette. Oh, gut, in einem Hotel.
Can I join? Raclette, why not?
Is approaching Whiskey at 3000 feet.
So, A380 pushback. Then we have... the 2 London flights. Yeah. Actually, I would have loved to give the A380 some screen time here, but if there are landings in the meantime... Although, once this thing is ready to taxi, I think those inbound flights will be on the ground, so this should work out somehow.
5600 Golf Kilo Tower, hello, line up runway 28.
Okay, we come back to the big boy there. Momentarily, of course. However, let's check out the landings which are coming up first, and then once it is taxiing.
Carlos is 457, and this is 14. This is 457, hello, number 2. 3, 457. Golf Kilo, wind 180 degrees 3 knots, runway 2 clip for takeoff.
that was very, very smooth.
Swiss 457C series ahead, touchdown, wind 150 degrees 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Runway 14, clear to land.
So, challenge is on. Who lands smoother, Swiss or Helvetic? Bombe, hä? Ja, morgens war es auch ein bisschen bedeckt und auch die Fernsicht noch nicht so ideal, ein bisschen höhere Bewölkung, aber jetzt ist das Coole im Herbst. Ne? Spätherbst, das ist echt beste Zeit. Ich versuche, dass du nicht drauf bist. Also ich, ja. Nee, also ich kann es mal kurz ausprobieren, ob das klappt, wenn ich früher drauf gehe. Jo. From London City, Embraer 195 E2.
600 Golf Kilo, connect departure 125.955, ciao.
125.955, ciao, November Golf Kilo.
Moment of truth. Swiss or Helvetic, who lands smoother? Yeah, that one goes on Swiss, I think. Not that this one was very hard, but yeah.
Alles klar. Hey, dann wünsche ich schöne Feierabend, 121.755 zusammen.
So, 777 on final. We quickly have a look at the A380, how they are doing down there. Geht gerade auf, Zentimeter genau, dass du nicht im Weg bist. Ist schon fast wie in guten alten Zeiten hier, ne? Vor 10 Jahren oder so. Ja. 13, 14 so in den Drehung, ja. Als ich noch am Üben war da mit den Gummibändern die ganze Zeit.
Roger, you prefer full length or Echo 3?
Ja, hat ja auch verpasst.
Ivory 601, Roger, then we are Echo 2, line up runway 16. And departure will be in 2 minutes. Willkommen, die ICE is 4 on Golf Tower, wind 170 degrees 3 knots, runway 14.
Ja, bis der rollt, ist die unten.
Vielleicht so einen schönen Timelapse machen, weißt du?
Aha. Ja gut. Der hat den Pushbacker gerade erst weggefahren, also das sollte zeitig aufgehen, glaube ich. Okay, 777 coming up, inbound from LAX, and then it's time to focus on the A380. But first we enjoy a 777 in this beautiful lighting here, of course. Here it is. Yeah, perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Ivory 601, wind 120 degrees 3 knots, runway 16, clear for takeoff.
What I like even better in these good conditions is when my camera work is working out, and that was very good. So, Oh, that's the 737-400 there, on runway 16. Just got takeoff clearance, if I heard this correctly. However, we are now focusing on the A380.
Swiss 4 on Golf, connect apron 11855, audible in 0 week.
11855, transit, start now,
Merci. Emirates A380, tower, good afternoon, your departure approximately 5 minutes.
5 minutes, that's good. No waiting time.
And would you prefer to go to Echo 2 or Echo 1?
Echo 2.
Emirates 888, hold short of runway 16, Echo 2.
Short 16, Echo 2, Emirates 88.
Turkish 4 Hotel Papa Tower, Merhaba. Are you fully ready for departure?
Tower, hello, Turkish 4.
Turkish 4 Hotel Papa Tower, Merhaba. Are you fully ready for departure?
Ready, departure, Merhabalar, Turkish 4 Hotel Papa.
Turkish 4 Hotel Papa, line up runway 28.
Line up runway 28, Turkish 4 Hotel Papa.
Ivory 601, connect departure. Bye-bye.
Departure by Ivory 601. Zurich Tower, good day, Hotel Tower Yankee, Sierra, two-ship formation.
Yeah, kind of a pity that this is just a standard livery today. If I imagine the all blue destination Dubai livery or the NBA livery, they would look amazing in this lighting. However,
Sierra, clearance limit is Whiskey 2, QNH 1014.
QNH 1014, enter via Sierra, clearance limit Whiskey 2, enter Whiskey 0. Natural 4 miles, final 14.
Baltic 9 Alpha Golf Tower, good afternoon, wind 160 degrees 3 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
so let's get a nice view, a nice head-on view on them when they turn to the
Turkish 4 Hotel Papa,
right
wind 100
from
degrees
our
2
view,
knots, runway
from our
28, clear
point
for
of view.
takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 28, Turkish 4 Hotel Papa.
Pressure 75 Charlie Tower, good afternoon, beyond the Turkish 321, line up behind runway 28.
Hello, behind Turkish 321.
Although they got told to hold short, right?
Baltic 9 Alpha Golf, if you keep the speed up, you may vacate second exit Hotel 2.
Hotel 2 and speed up behind the roadline.
Emirates 88, line up and wait, runway 16.
There we go.
Line up and wait, runway 16, Emirates 88.
Nice.
Airport -20, ILS approach running 14.
Airport Canal to 0, good afternoon, continue approach, and you may vacate second exit Hotel 2, there is no traffic behind.
Airport -20, thank you.
Okay, let's see whether they release him directly.
Turkish 4 Hotel Papa, connect departure, Atlas Marlatik, Igunar.
Igunar Turkish, contact departure 15955, Igunar Turkish 4 Hotel Papa.
ATC is out of battery.
Airport 920, wind 160 degrees 3 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Split lane running 4
Clear to land. Okay, we have landing traffic. That means I have time to change the batteries quickly. And I do this right away.
Croatia 75 Charlie, wind 100
I don't have much time. Problem solved.
Baltic 9 Alpha Golf, taxiway Juliet, cross runway 28, contact apron 121.755, bye bye. Emirates A380, wind 090 degrees 4 knots, runway 16, clear for takeoff.
Okay, here we go.
Airport 920, connect apron 121.855.
121.855, report to 928, bye-bye.
Formation Whiskey Sierra, caution make turbulence from departed Airbus 380, proceed via overhead outbound route Echo.
Whiskey Sierra formation, proceeding via overhead, outbound route Echo and A380 in sight. Tower, hello, Airport 920, on Juliet Post, short to runway 28.
20 Tower, taxi Zurich, cross runway 28, apron 121.755, bye-bye.
Cross runway 28 at Juliet and apron 121.755, Foxtrot 920, bye-bye.
Well, no words needed to explain that, I think. Absolutely gorgeous. This mountain view today, the sky above the mountains is now also crystal clear, no clouds whatsoever. Absolutely gorgeous. Call sign formation, what could that be? Nicht schlecht, hä? Ja, definitiv.
Eine Stunde noch bis zur Eurabia. Du bleibst, bis sie kommt, oder?
Ja, ja.
Perfekt.
25% habe ich noch Akku, ja, das reicht locker.
Ja, also der
Permitted 6 Charlie, Tower Low, line up runway 28.
Welche?
geschaut, aber es sieht sehr nach Austrian aus.
Welche?
Die Eurabia.
Ah, okay.
Von der Lackierung her, ich glaube, die haben einfach blaue Farbe drüber geschmiert.
Echt?
Sehr nach Austrian aus.
Ja, das ist naheliegend, ja.
Permitted 6 Charlie, Tower Low, line up runway 28.
So, what do we have next? Condor, yeah, well, takes half an hour. A321, 777 from San Francisco, also in about half an hour, yeah. But then inbound rush starts to kick in again, so we have to remain a little bit patient and then it will pay off. And we have another Edelweiss A340 from Phuket at 3:35 p.m. and this will be a stunner in this lighting. Yeah, staying on there a little longer today since we have such great conditions, so this has to be utilized, I guess. Gott, ich habe gedacht, heute regnet es ab und zu, gemäß der Prognose.
Ja, aber vorgestern war es ähnlich.
Ja.
Es hieß, es wird die ganze Tag wolkig sein. Dann kam es an den Flughafen und es wurde immer klarer und klarer.
Ja. Ja, alles weggeputzt. Krass.
Erst hier, Da will ich noch zum Dock in der Hoffnung, dass noch vor Sonnenuntergang startet.
Mhm.
Keine Chance. Eine Stunde nach Sonnenuntergang ist dann erst. Das hat wieder so lange gedauert mit der Beladung.
Ja.
Das ist also frustrierend.
Ah, die Silkway meinst du? Oder?
Zurich, ja, die ist ja auf
Ja.
der 34 gestartet.
Ah, das wäre toll gewesen, ja.
Dolomiti 6 Charlie, contact departure, bye-bye.
Goodbye, Dolomiti
Jo.
6 Charlie.
Mhm, absolut. So, I have received no updates, okay.
Ich habe ja ein Standby, also theoretisch könnten die mich noch anrufen, dass ich einen neuen Flug reinkriege, aber ich glaube nicht dran.
Oh, ist aber risky. Wenn,
Ich habe mein ganzes Zeug im Auto, also im
ah,
Fall,
okay, ja gut.
ich habe 45 Minuten Zeit.
Ja gut, das reicht, ja.
Ich glaube,
Unit 401, Tower low, wind 16 degrees 2 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Ja.
ja, dass er krank ist, warum sollte man das erst machen?
Ja. Gut, kann man von ausgehen, ja.
Normalerweise morgens an.
Ja,
Ich kann mir überlegen, soll ich mein ganzes Zeug mitnehmen? Dann würde ich das Risiko nicht ein, dass
nee, würde ich auch nicht.
ich nochmal nach Hause fahren muss.
Würde ich auch nicht machen. Well, now we have to be a bit patient until the next landings. Quite a calm time of the day. However, we will get rewarded in the next hour by some very nice traffic, including the Swiss 777 from San Francisco, then the Edelweiss A340 from Phuket, and also a special one.
Hotel Whiskey Sierra, formation,
Where is it? Where is it? I don't see it on flight radar, on the list at least. Anyways, it's a Neuro Avia Boeing 767 Freighter. Ah ja, stimmt. Sieht Dassault Falcon verdächtig aus. Private jet coming in, looking like a Dassault Falcon, so let's check that out. Jenny, I hope I pronounced this correctly. Welcome to the live stream and greetings to South Africa. Glad that you enjoy the views here. Over and zoom in, here we go. Uppsala. Yep, Dassault Falcon as expected.
Hotel Whiskey Sierra formation, frequency change approved, Daria. Khalifa.
I moved my eyes for a split second off the screen, off the camera screen, and I immediately lost track. I shouldn't do that. Touchdown, and here we go. Zooming out, and then this beautiful mountain view comes into sight.
Nutzt du dann die Livestream-Footage auch für Videos oder ist das Livestream?
Ja, ja. Das Coole ist eben, ich kann, also ich filme eigentlich meistens nicht und dann kann ich separat, wenn ein interessantes Video kommt oder so, den Record-Mode aktivieren, dann speichert es auf die Speicherkarte. Aber ich übertrage eigentlich nur das, was auf dem Bildschirm drauf ist. Via HDMI. Genau. Ja. Das ist unabhängig voneinander. Sehr nützlich sogar, ja.
Spezieller Flieger kommen wie die Eurabia gleich, dann machst du natürlich auch
Ja,
Record.
absolut.
Logisch. Und beim 380er Grad wahrscheinlich auch.
Ja.
Weil dieser Shot.
Ja, der 340er von der Swiss war auch cool. Edelweiss 340 ist auch raus. Genau auf der Kante der Gipfel ist er rüber. Super.
340er ist immer gut für eine Show.
Ja, kommt da noch einer später.
Ja.
Auf den freue ich mich schon bei dem Licht.
Ja, einer ist weg.
Ja.
Die restlichen müssen wir noch schön.
Ja, jetzt geht's schnell. 350er bei der Edelweiss haben jetzt.
Gut, der eine ist ja jetzt.
Ja, schon, aber trotzdem. Also vor 2 Monaten hattest du in der Inbound Rush noch 340er drin. Eigentlich. Und jetzt kein, normalerweise. Die waren plötzlich weg.
Fairerweise muss man sagen.
Ja,
also damals,
absolut.
als sie eingeflogen sind.
Das stimmt, ja.
27 durchhalten.
Das stimmt allerdings. Seit das Lufthansa.
Zuerst die 330er ausflotten, dann 340er einflotten.
Ja gut, das war ja wegen der Eurowings hauptsächlich.
Ja,
die haben Flieger gebraucht.
Trotzdem hätte, glaube ich, niemand damit gerechnet.
Stimmt auch wieder.
Portugal 931 Lima, contact departure,
Jo.
bye-bye.
Jetzt
Departure, bye-bye, Portugal 931 Lima.
Austrian, die
Mhm.
Meldung,
Ja,
die Neos.
das war auch überraschend, ja.
Bei Edelweiss ist irgendwie alles so last second. Man weiß nie, was als nächstes kommt.
Tja, schauen wir mal. Am Ende 747-8. Oder eine 400er.
Irgendwann kommt die Meldung, Lufthansa tut ein paar 787 zu Edelweiss transferieren oder so.
Nee, das glaube ich nicht. Das glaube ich nicht. Wenn dann zur.
Ich würde nichts mehr überraschen.
Nee, wenn sie jetzt schon 350er haben. Also,
Ja, ich glaube, Edelweiss bleibt bei der Strategie All Airbus.
glaube ich auch. Well, why did I put the rain protection stuff on my tripod today? I have no idea, but yeah. Can we get an inbound aircraft, please? No, we cannot. Well, let's just enjoy the view in that case a little. Airport and mountains, that works very well together. Oh, we can get an inbound aircraft. 777 from San Francisco in about, yeah, that's less than 10 minutes if they vector him in directly. Very good. Well, thank you for staying patient. However, in the next hour, we will get rewarded with a lot of inbound traffic. And it's 3 p.m. exactly. Great. Der Lotse war top, absolut. Den erkenne ich immer sofort, wenn er am Funk ist. Und der macht wirklich einen super Job. A few years ago, actually, there was an air traffic controller with a kind of a British accent or Australian accent. I always recognize this one as well. And he's gone now, yeah. I don't know whether they had it only for a few years actually, but that's like 5 years ago already, before COVID.
Das läuft gut mit den Livestreams.
Ja, läuft
Das
gut.
Damit ungefähr vor einem Jahr angefangen, oder?
Nö, halbes Jahr mittlerweile.
Halbes Jahr.
Ja, noch nicht so lange, aber
Kamst du auf die Idee?
gute Frage eigentlich. Einfach mal gedacht, mal was Neues ausprobieren,
Ja.
mehr oder weniger. Und ja, macht Spaß, Leuten gefällt's, also Win-Win.
Ach, weil in Frankfurt hat es, glaube ich, so angefangen, oder? Mit diesen Livestreams, zumindest in Europa.
Big Jet TV hätte ich noch zuerst
Oder
gesagt.
Los Angeles, oder? Ging's?
Los Angeles ging es mehr oder weniger los, glaube ich, ja. Dann London mit Big Jet TV.
Ja, stimmt.
Und dann kam One and More Aviation in Frankfurt. Und dann, mittlerweile hatte jeder Flughafen quasi so einen lokalen Livestream-Spotter. Also.
Damals hatte nicht mal jeder Flughafen so einen Videospotter.
Ja, absolut.
Und
Das,
jetzt gibt es die Gesander mehr. Und Livestreamer und alles.
das stimmt.
Da war so vor 2 Tagen auf der Zuschauerterrasse. Da habe ich auch schon wieder den Nachwuchs der Spotting-Szene gesehen.
Mhm.
Die waren höchstens,
Ja, es hat viele. Es hat richtig viele.
höchstens 8 Jahre alt. Also wirklich sehr, sehr jung.
Formula One in the background and live stream on the laptop. Yeah, that's nice. That's the Grand Prix of Qatar, right? This weekend. Formula One TV. Yeah, I had a subscription on that as well lately.
Stand checken, wer gerade führt.
Wobei heute ist Qualifying,
Heute
oder?
Qualifying,
Ja.
genau. Aber ja. Ich glaube, dieses Jahr wird es Norris.
Schauen wir mal. Noch so ein Bock wie im letzten Rennen und Verstappen gewinnt und dann wird es spannend.
Es könnte doch alles passieren, aber Piastri würde jetzt nicht mal meine Karte drauflegen. Der hat es echt nachgelassen.
Jerry heißt der genau. Jerry, Big Jet TV. 10 years already.
Ich glaube, in Frankfurt gibt es auch wirklich täglich Streams.
Ja gut, One More Aviation macht ja irgendwie 4-mal die Woche, 5-mal je nachdem.
Dann gibt es noch einen anderen, ich habe aber seinen Namen gerade vergessen.
Stimmt, ja. Ist noch nicht so lange dabei, glaube ich.
Ich war wann war ich denn in Frankfurt? 1 bis 2 Jahren. Also du kannst mittlerweile nicht mehr dorthin gehen, ohne dass du nicht mindestens einen Streamer siehst.
Gut. Ist halt sehr ein dankbarer Flughafen zum Streamen, weil einfach so viel los ist.
Ich glaube, die Frankfurter Streams, die sind auch wirklich sehr erfolgreich immer.
Ja. Ich habe auch einen gemacht im August, aber da war er auch live zur gleichen Zeit und da hast du keine Chance.
Gegen die Frankfurter Konkurrenz.
Nee, da musste, am Folgetag war gar niemand online, dann hätte ich müssen, aber da hatte ich das Equipment nicht dabei, da war ich einfach so filmen. War ein bisschen schade, aber naja.
Ja, ich überlege mir vielleicht wieder nach Frankfurt zu gehen, wenn sie die ganzen Lufthansa-Flieger umlackiert haben in die 100 Years.
Das ist absolut.
Die 747. Vor allem die 747.
Ja, wobei der A350 sieht auch cool aus.
Ja, mal so eine 747 in einer neuen Lackierung ist auch mal schön.
Ja, absolut.
747 in einem neuen Anstrich.
Ja.
Wird ja immer seltener.
Muss das jetzt sein mit dieser Wolke?
Für die 777 kann es kritisch werden.
Ja.
Ich glaube, nur für die Eurabia wird alles perfekt.
Wenn die Wolken da sind, dann nicht. Dann wird es so ein milchiges Durchschein.
Na, eklig, das ist so nichts halbes, nichts Ganzes.
Ja.
Dann lieber ganz slow,
Alright, folks, we have inbound traffic. The wait is over. The Swiss 777 from San Francisco landing in about 2 minutes from now. And the mountain view is not getting worse. Opposite is the case. We are entering the golden hour now.
1013, routing direct westward approved.
But after the 777, I think I will have to change my camera battery. Then we have Pegasus with an A321 Neo also around the corner, and then Swiss with an A321 Neo from Oslo, and Condor with a green striped flying sock A321 from Frankfurt. Yeah. Unfortunately, we have a cirrus cloud-ish thing covering the sun right now, such that the sun cannot shine through very well, which is a bit of a pity, but okay, we make the best out of it. All right, back to the action.
From the right at 3,700 feet, you're outside CTR, frequency change approved. Adieu.
777 from San Francisco, California, USA.
Frequency change approved.
Yeah, you can immediately tell it's darker now. That's a pity, man, the light was so great before.
Iberia 0630, contact departure, bye-bye.
Departure, Iberia 0630, bye-bye.
And folks, you can prepare the stopwatches for the battery change afterwards. Pit stop, so to say. Time to beat 21 seconds if I have it correctly in mind. Welcome home, welcome to Zurich, and thank you to the clouds for covering the sun. This is not appreciated. Ja, gar nicht mal so gut jetzt, ne?
November 6
Ja.
Alpha, then direct Timmendorf approved, QNH 1013. Santic 470 Makira Tower, low wind 150 East 3 knots, one we want full clear to land.
Okay folks, time to do the battery change before the next aircraft are coming in. Image comes right back. And here we're back. And it feels immediately like 5 degrees colder at least once the sun is a bit away. In terms of mountains, yes, I think here we have the Glarner Alps, Canto Glarus. Moving a little bit further to the west, we should also see the Mount Titlis somewhere. Wait, I think that's the one. Yes, here we go. And now I'm not entirely sure. Eigermönch, Jungfrau, those three here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that would be my guess. 10 seconds, yeah, I can live with that. All right, next up, Pegasus with an A321 Neo from Istanbul, I think, if I saw this correctly. Touchdown, spoilers up, reverse green, decel, welcome to Zurich. Ja, Licht ist gerade weder Fisch noch Vogel, irgendwie.
40 Minuten noch.
Ja. Penalty for causing a black screen. Well, this black screen was intended though. We didn't have an unintended one so far at least. bother your plane day. Absolutely, many smooth landings we've had so far. Okie dokie, we have, oh, now we have some inbound traffic, thank you, now we're talking. 3 A321s in a row. The first is a Neo of Swiss from London, then another Neo of Swiss from Malaga, and then the A321 of Condor in the green island livery. Also coming around is an Helvetic Embraer 190 E2 from Thessaloniki.
7 Papa frequency change approved.
Mm-hmm.
So 7 Hotel Lima Tower low, wind 150 degrees 4 knots, continued as a runway check in progress.
Het was eigenlijk nog een okay. Glad that I could detect that one, since it is one of the most famous ones. Pilatus, however. Didn't see that one, to be honest. And Rigi also not. Yeah, and now the Alps in the golden hour. How about that? Okay, now the light's back, I'm glad. That's more like it. Mhm. Ja, die Wolken sind so über dem Horizont. Ne?
Ja.
Gut.
Umso weiter die Sonne nach unten geht, desto kritischer wird es.
Ja, naja, hoffen wir das Beste.
Knapp einer Stunde ist ja dann Sonnenuntergang 16:30 Uhr.
Ja. Alright folks, are you ready for a triple A321 sequence?
Lima with 150 degrees 4 knots, runway 14 clear to land. Austin 140 Kilo Tower low, behind Embraer on the runway, line up at weight, runway 28.
Yeah, damn on the runway, line up at 28 and rate of turn 114 kilo base.
And the Helvetic Embraer, which I've mentioned, has the sticker on there, 1600 eject sticker.
What about Kilo Golf Whiskey Tower?
Alright, perfect lighting for the A321s. That's good. So in there. Here we go. The first one out of 3 A321s in sequence.
Charlie, the wind is 110 degrees 3 knots, runway 28, clear for takeoff. That's 5 kilo Victor Tower low.
Yeah, that's more like it with the lighting. Beautiful. Late autumn golden hour going on here. Jo, war schon weicher heute, ne? We've had smoother landings already today. Although that wasn't really hard. I mean, just looked a bit rough, maybe. You folks are ready, that's great. The view is just getting better and better. Great. All right, next one. The one just landed is coming from Oslo, the next one from Malaga.
That's everyone, 3 Charlie, contact departure, bye-bye.
Departure, amazing weather, enjoy, bye, 71 Charlie.
I think I'm going to film these landings here in this lighting, because that's these are conditions which we don't have every day.
Austin 140 kilo, wind 110 degrees, 3 knots, runway 28, clear for takeoff.
Runway 28, clear for takeoff, option 140.
Hotel Golf Whiskey, line up and wait, runway 28.
Tower low, Conanana Papa November.
Conanana Papa November, tower low, please take Hotel 2 to vacate the runway.
Hotel 2, Conanana Papa November.
Beautiful.
3 knots.
And well, the next one is good as well. Condor with the green stripes. Will look very good in these conditions as well.
Bravo Tango Sierra November, target City crossing Sierra Whiskey 1. Whiskey is approved, QNH 1013.
Crossing right Sierra Whiskey 1, Whiskey approved, QNH 1013, Hotel Sierra November.
5 kilometer, contact Apron 12855, adieu. Contact 9 Papa November, wind 150 degrees, 2 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
14, clear to land, Conanana Papa November.
Austin 140 kilo, contact departure, bye-bye.
Departure, Austin 140 kilo.
88140, tower low, via Echo 2, line up and wait, runway 16.
Roger, line up Echo 2, runway 16, Etihad 140.
November Foxtrot Alpha, confirm your landing on runway 29.
South 29, the base for switching.
November Foxtrot Alpha, roger, then the frequency change is approved, adieu.
Decision suchen an, ja.
Pass.
Southwest, this is 1 Tango.
This is 1 Tango Whiskey, tower, great see. This is 7 Hotel Lima on taxiway Juliet, cross runway 28, apron 12175, adieu.
Condor, welcome to the Smooth Landing Club. And we continue with Helvetic. Embraer 190 E2 from Thessaloniki.
Condor 9 Papa November via Hotel 2 and then apron 11855, bye-bye.
Hotel 2, 11855, Condor 9 Papa November.
This is 1 Tango Whiskey, wind 150 degrees, 2 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Runway 14, clear to land, 1 degrees.
Hotel Golf Whiskey, leave City via route Whiskey, wind 120 degrees, 2 knots, runway 28, clear for takeoff.
Okay, 140, confirm clear for lineup Echo 2.
88140 AFM by Echo 2, line up runway 16.
Line up and wait at runway 16, Echo 2, Etihad 140.
The 5 kilometer tower, taxiway Juliet, cross runway 28, contact apron 12175, adieu.
Crossing runway 28, 11755, adieu, departure.
Hello, Conanana Papa November again.
Contact 9 Papa November tower, taxiway Juliet, cross runway 28, apron 12175, bye-bye.
Cross 8, 11755, Condor 9 Papa November.
Edelweiss 114, tower, grade C, line up runway 28.
Edelweiss 114, line up and wait, wait.
I don't know how you feel, but this landing belongs probably to the top 3 of today. And we have a departure on 16 Etihad Airways with the A321 LR.
Hotel Sierra November, Sierra 3500 feet.
Hotel Sierra November, roger.
Yeah, we've seen this exact flight 1 week ago from the observation stack, also on 16. Let's see where Qatar Airways will go. Would be great if they take 16 as well. Just amazing. Absolutely beautiful.
This one Tango Whiskey Tower, hold short runway 28. Advise 114 with 110 degrees 2 knots, runway 28, clear for takeoff.
Runway 28, takeoff.
Yep, Qatar 28 in most of the cases, but sometimes we are lucky and they take 16. I hope for it.
Traffic is approaching from Sierra, is approaching Whiskey 1, outbound route Whiskey.
Looking out,
Wann kommt er?
Hotel Sierra November, traffic just departed, outbound route Whiskey and past Whiskey 2.
Okay, Airbus A340 coming in that's maybe even less than 8 minutes, depending on the vectoring. First we have Edelweiss from Gran Canaria, an A320, followed by a Swiss A321neo from Porto, and an Air Baltic A220 from Stockholm.
Advise 25 exit, how low, wind 16 degrees 2 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Runway 14, clear to land, advise 25 exit.
Just trying to spot the A340. Sometimes you can already see them when they are further out, but not now. And we are about to reach 6 hours of live stream today. The record is like 8 hours and 20 minutes, but not going to beat that today. 2. Das Problem ist eher die Yolobox tatsächlich. Die hält ja, etwa 6,5 Stunden nonstop.
Aber die Kameraakkus, da reichen 2?
Ja, ja, locker, locker.
Wow. Nicht bei meiner Kamera. Da brauche ich, glaube ich, 5, 6.
Wie yes, das mache ich. Oh.
Mindestens.
Nicole, guten Nachmittag. Schön, dass du mit dabei bist. Mr. Big is also here. Great that you all are here during this beautiful afternoon here at Zurich. Right on time for the golden hour. And next we have an Edelweiss A320 from Gran Canaria. That's actually exactly the flight which I have taken on my way back home in summer. Beautiful. A3 Edelweiss livery during the golden hour. Hard to beat.
So 20 Delta Tower low.
Hotel Sierra November, approach Tito, bounding at 3,500 feet.
Hotel Sierra November, frequency change approved. That, yeah.
Frequency 10 approved, Johannesburg, Hotel November.
Kan je vast?
Good start, Jurgen 401, Alpha 2, Vienna.
UK 401, Tower
How
Low, line up on
smooth do you want to land that thing? Crazy. Ja, Nicole, es kommt noch was Großes. In etwa 5 Minuten Edelweiss A340 und dann noch eine Boeing 767 der Euro Aviation heißt die, glaube ich. Ein Frachter. Und die A340, das wird richtig toll. Ja, ich beobachte es gar nicht erst, sonst reg ich mich nur wieder auf, falls wirklich genau das passiert.
UK 401, wind 120 2 knots, runway 28, clear for takeoff.
Runway 28, clear for takeoff, Jurgen 401.
So 20 Delta A from Hotel 2, then apron 121.855.
Alright, one more landing I think, and then it's A340 time. Yes, first air Baltic, and then
cross runway 28, apron 121.755.
Edelweiss A340.
UK 401, contact departure, bye-bye.
This mountain view is just sick, absolutely incredible. It's been a while since I had it like that.
Tower Low, line up runway 28. For takeoff is given from outside CTR.
Whiskey and Alpha Whiskey at 3,200 feet, we have the traffic inside and reading frequency. Don't cut it off.
For takeoff is get here.
Air Baltic actually also looks quite good in these conditions here.
The 20 Delta Tower, taxi Julie cross runway 28, apron 121.755.
Well, all aircraft look good in these conditions.
The 2 Yankee Bravo, wind 150 degrees 2 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Yes, land 14,
The 2 Mike, Tower Low, behind the Global Express, line up at 8, runway 28.
At the global lineup on runway 28 and west hands, Mr. 1. Western Audi, Edelweiss 51, heavy, 6 miles out of Boston.
Edelweiss 51, Tower Low. Danger 6582, wind 130 degrees 2 knots, runway 28, clear for takeoff.
Okay, folks, it's A340 time.
The 2 Yankee Bravo, contact apron 121.855.
121.855, Yankee Bravo.
Autofocus.
Edelweiss 51, wind 140 degrees 2 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Runway 14, Edelweiss 51.
Light is perfect. Great.
Danger 6582, contact departure, bye-bye.
Roger, bye-bye, 6582.
All right, enjoy that one. Probably one of the best shots of an Airbus A340 I've ever made here.
Guten Nachmittag, Eiger 445, Double Service.
Eiger 445, Tower, hello. Swiss 21 Mike, wind 120 degrees, 2 knots, runway 28, clear for takeoff.
Clear, takeoff from runway 28, Swiss 21 Mike. Tower, hold, yep. Short, wait.
Swiss 2 Yankee Bravo, hello, correct, hold short, runway 28.
Short, wait, Yankee Bravo.
Could have been one of my best shots if I hadn't screwed up the camera, but okay. It was still nice. Coming in from Phuket here, in Thailand. So, where's the 767? 20 minutes out, okay. Yep.
Aiger 445, wind 120 degrees, 2 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Ja, ich habe die Kamera halt ein bisschen verhunzt, aber sonst. Ja. Also es war nicht komplett Katastrophe, aber.
Aiger 445, wind 120 degrees, 2 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
14, clear to land, Aiger 445.
Joel, schönen guten Tag. Good day, great to see you again in the live chat. And I am done 617 flying with the Airbus A340 soon. Great. That's something I have to do as well next year somehow, before they disappear. All right, back to the golden hour action here. We have on final a Chair A319 from Hurghada. What the hell, come on.
The 596 Yankee Tower, hello.
So, Chair Airlines officially joining the Butter Club of today. MPZ, great to see you. Welcome to the live stream. When did I start following your videos? That was more than 10 years ago, I think. Good old times.
Aiger 445, contact apron on 1855. Bye-bye.
1855, Aiger 445, bye-bye.
The 596 Yankee, wind 120 degrees, 3 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Runway 14, clear to land, the 596 Yankee.
Und vielen Dank natürlich fürs Vorbeisehen und dass es dir so gut gefällt.
Airbus 2 Golf, Tower, hello, line up runway 28.
Okay, what do we have next? We have a Swiss A220, if I'm not mistaken, from Frankfurt. Yes.
Yankee FM. Advise to takeoff in 130 breeze 3 knots, runway 28, clip for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 28, advise 28 echo.
I think we have to introduce a butter counter for such cases, or like days of today. So many smooth landings. Great. Well, I'm done 617. Thank you very much for tuning in. And also thank you very, very much for donating 10 ZASF Geeks memberships today. That's absolutely incredible. Enjoy your vacation and hopefully return back safely and well recovered.
So 59610, contact apron 121.855.
121.855, good 59610.
With 2 Hotel Yankee wind 140 breeze 2 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Clear to land, 140, clear to land.
220er 100 Versionen sollen ja bis 2030 ausgefordert werden.
Das ist aber noch lang.
Fast nur noch 4 Jahre.
Mhm.
Ja, so ist es nicht so zufrieden mit denen, glaube ich.
Nee. Gut, das ist eine verkürzte Version, die sind selten besser als die längeren. Aber sie brauchen sie halt für die City-Route.
Pivot on for Romeo, tower low, no speed restrictions. Advise to takeoff, contact departure, dear.
Departure, okay. Advise 28 echo.
So 596 Yankee Tower, taxi Chile cross runway 28, apron 121.755. Bye-bye.
Runway 28, 121.755.
The only thing what could be a bit better is if the trees had some leaves on them in the autumn colors. Yeah. That's the only thing that's missing right now. But I don't want to complain. Ja. Ja, ist halt Winter jetzt, ne? Mhm.
Wenn es halt bewölkt ist, sieht es halt wirklich fast schwarz-weiß aus,
Ja.
das Videomaterial.
So, on final, the third British Airways flight from Heathrow today. An A320 Neo this time.
Pivot on for Romeo, wind 140 breeze 2 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
So, British Airways is still a bit further out, and I think after that I'm going to do a panorama shot. How about that? A recorded panorama shot, of course. And here we have Speedbird from London Heathrow.
Papa Hotel Charlie Fox is Romeo, tower low, line upon me to it.
Well, well, well. Okay, are you ready for a panorama shot? Starting right over there, from east to west. Here we go.
Contact apron 121.855. Bye-bye.
121.855, bye-bye. Seabird 121.
Target 0, routing approved, QNH 1013. Papa Foxtrot Romeo, wind 160 degrees, 2 knots, runway 28, clear for takeoff.
Okay, from the east to Mount Titlis, all the way through. That also looks cool. Just climbing out smaller aircraft. So, there's only one aircraft which we are waiting for actually, the Euro Avia Boeing 767-300 ER Freighter. Natürlich bin ich noch live. Kommt noch was heute. Delivered in September 1992, 33 years old. Welcome to the dinosaur category. And inbound from Dubai World Central. Ja, das Wetter ist top heute. Also heute Morgen noch bedeckt über den Alpen. Zwar auch Fernsicht schon recht gut, aber hat eine höhere Bewölkung. Und das hat alles weggeputzt im Verlauf des Nachmittags. Echt klasse. Okay, what do we have? We have another Swiss A220 from Ljubljana, then another one from Prague, Air Baltic this time, then an Edelweiss A320 from Nice, flying for Swiss, and then it's the Boeing 767's turn. Exactly this one. That's the one we are waiting for. And I hope that there is no famous spotter cloud coming up. That's the last thing I need today, right now. Ex-Condor?
Ja.
Von der Lackierung hätte es aber zu Austrian gepasst.
Extrem, also das sieht für mich 1:1 die Condor aus, nur halt in Blau.
Ja.
Naja. Nee, das war tatsächlich die hier. Da macht auch auf die Frankenstein.
Papa India X-ray, confirm calling.
So, more landings coming up. We take all of them in these conditions, of course. Even though I'm a bit late now for the next one. Here it is.
Clear of CCAP 2300 feet. Proceed to the request, please.
Vega 7, frequency change approved. Adieu.
Vega 7, danke.
So 258 Tower low.
and of course off center. Well,
Papa 1, ready for departure, route Sierra, deal formation Juliet.
What about Kilo Golf X-ray target CQNH 1013, line up runway 28.
QNH 1013, line up runway 28.
okay, next is Air Baltic, then
7 Zulu Victor, contact April
Edelweiss,
11855.
and then the 767.
The 25 Echo, wind 15 service 2 knots, runway 14, clear to land. This 2 Alpha Quebec, tower low.
And another butter smooth touchdown there.
Takeoff X-ray leave CTR via route Sierra, wind 130 degrees 2 knots, runway 28, clear for takeoff.
Right. Edelweiss, always looking good in these conditions here.
25 Echo, contact April
Then
11855,
the Euroavia 767.
This 2 Alpha Quebec, wind 15 degrees 2 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
It's land runway 14, this is Papa Quebec. Hotel Zulu Oscar Charlie, South Whiskey 3400 feet.
Hotel Oscar Charlie, proceed via Whiskey 1 and then Sierra.
Proceed via Whiskey 1, Sierra, Hotel Oscar Charlie.
Coming in from Nice, this A320.
Tower, good evening, Jet. Eurovia 602, SW14.
Eurovia 602, tower low, please vacate into Hotel 2 when able and continue approach.
Continue approach and vacate Hotel 2, Eurovia 602.
The 7 Zulu Victor, tower, taxiway, Foxtrot Cross, runway 28, contact April 11755, Fadia.
Foxtrot Cross, runway 28, 11755.
Zeta Aviation, schön, dass du noch mit dabei bist. Es war ein toller Tag insgesamt vom Wetter her, Traffic war auch gut, also immer wieder mal ein Highlight dabei eigentlich. Traffic-mäßig ist jetzt ein Highlight. 767, here we go.
Eurovia 602, do you have a landing clearance for us? No.
602A from in 150 degrees 2 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
14, clear to land, Eurovia 602.
This is 2 Alpha Quebec, contact April 11855.
What's one of my intervals? Contact Quebec.
November 1 to Juliet Zulu, tower low, standby, Quebec. Fraction 755, Mike, tower low.
This is an ex-Condor Boeing 767, by the way.
Good afternoon, Golf, Charlie Golf.
All right, folks, and with this 767,
Charlie Golf, Sierra Golf, tower low, line up runway 20.
Line off weight, runway 28. Golf, Charlie Golf, Sierra Golf.
Ja, perfekt. Gar nicht lang. And with this Boeing 767 shot, my Yolobox battery is slowly but surely coming down to zero. I'm ending this stream right now, even though the conditions are perfect, I know, but we have had a great day today, great traffic, nice aircraft all the time, and then this beautiful golden hour shots here at the end. I just turned the camera around for another time. It ain't get much better than that, honestly. Absolutely gorgeous. Thank you very much for tuning in today. Many people, that's absolutely great. Make sure to hit the like button before you leave. And then I wish you a great rest of the weekend, a good week, and I see you hopefully again next week when it's another time for a plane spotting session here at Zurich Airport. Again, thank you very much for tuning in and goodbye everyone. Dann auch noch kurz auf Deutsch. Mit dieser 767 beende ich den Stream, da meine Batterien hier der Yolobox langsam aber sicher auf 0 runtergeht. Vielen Dank fürs Einschalten heute, ihr wart klasse. Viele Leute dabei, hat mich sehr gefreut. Traffic heute super, Wetter noch viel besser. Man sieht es hier nochmals hier mit den Alpen, absolut gewaltig. Ich wünsche euch ein gutes restliches Wochenende, einen schönen ersten Advent, eine gute Woche und hoffentlich bis nächste Woche wieder, wenn es wieder heißt Plane Spotting hier am Flughafen Zürich. Merci vielmals fürs Zuschauen und tschüss zusammen.
Traffic is a drone between Sierra and Whiskey 1, 1,000 feet above ground, and there are two VIA4 traffics outbound opposite route Sierra.
Copy, November 1 to Zulu will enter control zone via Sierra 3000 feet, looking out for traffic.
Golf Sierra Golf, wind calm, runway 28, clear for takeoff.
Und Lone Ranger Nomad natürlich, vielen herzlichen Dank fürs Moderieren heute die ganze Zeit. Immer sehr geschätzt. Und wie gesagt, danke vielmals für den Effort hier.
Sierra Bravo 602, hello again, on taxiway Juliet.